And welcome to NuffWORLD TV's presentation tonight of the Brothers in Arms Foundation 400 at Homestead Miami Speedway. Here we are, Kevin, lap race 10 of 10 in the chase, final race of the year. Look forward to some exciting action at a track that should be fun tonight.
Yeah, Doug, and this is the first time we're actually rolling into the last race of the season with the championship already decided, which tells me one thing, Doug, is everybody's going to let it all hang out tonight, and everybody's just going for the win. No points battle to lose, just going for it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Nothing tonight to fight for except pride in that win. So, guys are going to take a lot more risks, I'm sure, than what you will normally see. After last week there at Phoenix International with the great run by Louis Bussa right there until the end. He got involved in a little mix-up, but unfortunately for the guys behind him, weren't able to capitalize because they were involved in it also. Louis Bussa rolls in here with a 52-point lead in the point standings tonight. So like you said, nobody can take it away. He's pretty much got this one wrapped up. But tell you what, this is a track, Kevin, who we don't have a lot of stats on. We've only got 3 winners here. We only come here once a year, so good chance to see a first-time winner here tonight.
That's true, Doug. And the crazy thing about this track is it's went through a couple configuration changes over the years, but this is one of those tracks, man. It reminds me so much of Darlington, Doug. You have to ride around the top if you want to go somewhere. You can get down low, but it seems you just can't go anywhere. So it's almost like a one-groove racetrack like Darlington. You got to set the guy up in each corner for the pass coming off. So I look for a lot of hard-nosed wall riding action tonight here.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing too. Then that's the fine line you got to drive around here at Homestead, Miami. Kevin is, one, of course, just like you said, you're going to be riding up on that high line a lot tonight. That saves your tires, and also helps keep your momentum up. And you could actually outrun the guys on the bottom here on that high line, unlike a lot of speedways. But there's also that little catch up, or you get a little too high on that, and you're going to get into that wall, and that'll cause some damage on your car, and hurt you in the long run too. So it's a fine line when you're running up there. You've got to be really careful.
Yeah, this is another one of those tracks also. We keep throwing Darlington out there, but this place is hard on tires. You'll actually see guys pitting for tires before they will a fuel run, and you definitely got to take care of your stuff here. Brakes aren't an issue, but again, as we've seen, probably what I would say 75% of the racetracks in the chase, Doug, pit road could be an issue here. We see these guys get these rear tires really hot and get on pit road here. We've seen quite a few spin outs on this reconfiguration, so pit road could be the equalizer tonight.
Yeah, that it could be. As we just finished up qualifying down here, I'm looking down on the grid there, Kevin. Looks like our pole sitter tonight is going to be Dennis Wright in that number 4 machine, running a 30.74, and Travis McKinney in that 48 going to be starting on his outside with a 30.82. So got some really quick laps out there in qualifying as these guys are getting ready to sit down for the drivers' meeting and get a few practice laps in, but. Some of the things I expect to see out here, we always talk about it too. Pit lane here, it's not the easiest place to get down on, and you can see a lot of slip-ups, which we've seen, happen several times here. As I've just been informed too, Kevin, Dennis Wright with that qualifying of a 30.74 just took the record.
Yeah, we've seen speeds all year long at each track. We're basically breaking the records that it stood for a little while. So these guys are figuring out how to go fast here with these cars, and right on the edge here. And you were saying, talking about pit road, Doug, as you were saying, getting on pit road here is going to be interesting. I'm sure we're going to have a camera just eyed right in at the entrance of pit road there. Like I said, they carry so much speed here going through the center of 3 and 4 that when they get down into that turn, you got to really whoa it up. So you got to have the brake bounce just right on these things to get in pit road. And let's not forget speeding. Speeding here is a killer.
Yeah, speeding here can really hurt you. This track, you can almost lose an entire lap just by driving down pit road. By the time, and especially by the time you take that apron all the way around, because this, unlike a lot of the tracks we see each year, has a nice little exit coming out of pits there. You stay down well below the track surface itself, so you're not even running up close to the track, and you got to be very careful, because if you're driving too fast through that area, there's grass on either side. You get in that grass, and that car's going to come around on you. So that causes even more drama coming off of pit lane because you've got to really watch how you drive it, all the way around to enter back on the track over at the end of turn 2. So, you can find a lot of drivers maybe getting in that grass, spinning the cars out there just coming off the pit road. So it can cause its own little headache at the end of pit road right there, Kevin.
Yeah, that's true. Doug, just looking at the entries for this race here, over 30 drivers showing up for the last season race. So great turnout. We could possibly have a couple more drop in here. But, what a great turnout it's been all year long, Doug. We've had 30-plus drivers every freaking race, and everybody's been bringing their A games. And, we were saying it before, Doug, I think we might get a first-time winner here tonight.
Yeah, I mean that could be a very good chance, Kevin. I mean, we've got a lot of guys who've been running exceptionally well here as of late. It's a lot of guys who've still to win that first career win here in NuffWorld. So just as we saw a few weeks ago, I think it was Brian Lee when he took home the win. That was his first over here in NuffWorld, the VSU Cup. So we could see some guys who've really been running well, such as Justin McLucas or a Rob Partridge. Some of those guys, even possibilities of guys like let's see, Chris Melton. So a lot of those guys look for a first-time win here tonight.
Yeah, these guys are letting it all hang out. And the good thing about this is, and not just a bad thing, Doug, we were commenting off the air. There were guys out here that ran 150-plus laps of practice. So if anybody thinks that these guys are just going to ride around out here for the last race of the season, they are sadly mistaken, because we saw some fast times in practice.
Yeah, there's been a lot of fast times out there. Like you said earlier, Kevin, a lot of these guys, they've been putting in their practice. They've got this track figured out. And, like I say, we've seen a lot of fast times out there during practice. And I'm sure we'll see more, as these guys have probably made a few more adjustments to those cars as we get out there in happy hour. So look forward to some exciting racing here tonight with the way these guys have had these cars figured out and such, getting a lot of speed out of them. It wouldn't surprise me to see the track record during race broke here tonight also, Kevin.
Yeah, the speeds that you carry here are probably some of the fastest speeds, that is, you're going to see are probably going to be within the first 5 to 8 laps. Because, like I said, this place is so hard on tires. I would say after about 7 or 8 laps, you need to get settled into a groove and just start hitting your marks, because the newness in those tires are going to be gone. The middle of the fuel run here, these guys are going to be screaming about how loose their cars are. It's just the characteristic of this track. You can't you can't just ride around and think that the car is not going to get looser and looser, because it just does. It really doesn't matter what you do to your setup. It's just basically who can hold on the longest at the end of a fuel run, Doug.
Yeah, that it is. And like I say, this is one of those tracks, Kevin, where, like you said, you run that top groove, you'll see it run a lot more than what we typically see. But it's one of those tracks, as I found out a little earlier this week, I got the chance to get out there and drive the old NuffWorld Dodge around for a little bit, take in some laps and stuff. But, there's many different grooves that can be ran, and ran pretty well here. However, even though that top groove is the fastest, and, the top groove is always going to be the quick way around here. As I like the camera angles these guys brought up once again this week, kind of giving you a look here as if you were driving right along behind in the car there. They kind of pan out a little bit, but, kind of gives you an idea, of what the cars are like out there on the track. And you'll see through these video angles, too, that this track is a very big, wide track, so there's a lot of room for these guys to pass on. But I tell you what, you get down into those corners the wrong way. If you get into say turn 3 or turn 1 the wrong way, and you carry too much speed in there, Kevin, you can really put that car up into the wall quick. So you'll see a lot of guys using a lot of different strategies as far as getting that into corners. I know Thursday night a lot of guys were talking about they were using brake getting into turn 1 to kind of get that nose to set and get the speed slowed down so they could keep it up there on that high line. And then you had some guys who were just rolling it in there nice and hard, down into the bottom of the line and letting it kind of slide up to about the middle of the corner there and catching that outside line, trying to carry as much speed as they are. But, that does wear the tires a lot more than trying to stay up on that high line. So over the long run, you'll probably see the guys who can run that high line in and high line out probably do a lot better than the ones who are, jumping in there in the bottom line and kind of sliding up throughout the track. But, like I say, you can kind of run the middle here, you can run the bottom, you can run up top, so, really good track all the way around, to be able to run more than one groove. So I think we're going to see a lot of side-by-side racing here tonight. We may even see quite a bit of 3 and 4 wide here, because this is a wide enough track to do something like that and kind of get away with it, and won't see as many mistakes, on that 2 and 3 wide as what you probably would some other tracks where it's a little tighter. But it's going to make for some interesting racing in of itself. But like I say, getting down in, that's going to be the key here tonight, is being able to run probably up on that high line, getting in, Kevin, and rolling it through the center and getting back off on that high line where you don't wear your tires out. And tire management is key here at Homestead Miami, because like you said earlier, you get about 5, 6, 7 laps in these tires and it starts chewing them up pretty quick here at Homestead. And once you start wearing those tires out, of course you're just going to slow down, and you'll see guys drop off the pace probably about a second, maybe even more, throughout a full tire run here. As heading down pit road here, you see this is a very long pit road. So and getting down here, it's a skinny pit road, but it's very long. And you get down in there, and pit road speed limit being 45 miles an hour, and you come off that track running about 150 to 170 through the corners, and you really got to blow it down getting into the corners, or coming off the corner there and getting down on the apron, down on the pit road. And just like what we see at a lot of tracks, right there at the entrance of pit road, you have that the hazard, as we like to call it, those yellow barrels sitting right there filled with water, and if you come in there too hot, lock the brakes up, and can't make that turn right down into pit road, you can get into those water bottles or water barrels, and ruin your night, as we've seen drivers do throughout the years here at Homestead Miami and several other tracks. You go in there nose first, you can pretty much say the night is over with that engine. You get in there and get it sideways and slam it in the passenger side or the left side door, either one, and you can pretty much guarantee you got a heavy amount of damage going to be coming down pit road. It's going to affect how the car handles altogether, and if you get in there the wrong way and spin it completely around back into it, you mess up that spoiler, jack it up in the air, and it's going to mess up the whole balance of that car altogether, and just going to make it that much harder to control through the corners. But like I say, I mean, the big thing here I think we're going to see tonight is who can run up on that high line the best, and who, when they have to, can save enough tires to jump down on the bottom and get underneath those guys up on the high line to make the passes, because most guys are going to be trying to guard that high line as best they can, because they know that's the way to save tires. They know that's the quickest way to get around this track and carry the most speed. So, but like I say, I want to thank the guys over here at NuffWorld TV and Nuff Radio, for giving me a chance to take a few laps around here at Homestead Miami this week. And, it was a blast to put that video together.
Yeah, it's awesome to ride around this track. Like you said, when you're not, you got too many cars around you and everything else, you can definitely have some fun on this track. But Doug, one thing that I really am looking forward to is we're talking about the first 5 to 8 laps of a run. These guys, like you said, there's plenty of room here. They're going to be 4 or 5 wide, trying to get everything they can off those new tires. And like I said, the restarts here are going to be unreal. So I cannot wait to see, what the start of this race is going to look like. They're going to be scattered. It's going to be lines all over the place. But like I said, after about 5, 6, 7, 8 laps or so, you're going to have to settle in to a nice run and run some rhythm laps and take care of your tires and stuff. And like I said, I think you're going to see guys pitting way before, for tires, way before they will fuel. So, and, the track temperature, when it changes here too, is going to mess with this track. So the guys, I think they can keep up with the adjustability in their setups, the tires and stuff like that. I think they're going to do good. The guys that, kind of come in here on the fence and don't really know what their car is going to do, they're going to be in trouble, Doug.
Yeah, that's for real. And going back to what we was talking about a little earlier, Kevin, with the speeds these guys have been able to figure out and get out of these cars. Looking out here on the grid right now, in happy hour, the final practice we got here before these guys go racing, Chris Melton out there he's ran 3 laps so far in practice, and has already got that car dialed down to a 30.90. So he's not even far off of what the qualifying record or qualifying speeds were. So these guys are running some blistering speeds out there right now, even in race trim. So look forward to see what kind of speeds they'll be running by the time this is all over with.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We're seeing these guys running, like you said, maybe 2/10 off of what the pole, 2 to 3 tenths what the pole record was in race trim. So that shows, you know, how good these guys have. Some of these guys have these cars dialed in. I mean, we're looking right now, the fastest car, the 8 of Christian Vasquez, running a 31.049. That's only about 3.5 tenths off of what qualifying speed is. So, you know, these guys are dialed in. And let's be honest, Doug, these guys are going out here tonight. Like I said, there's nothing at stake now. It looks like the closest battle might be third and fourth in points between Darren Benj, the 15 of Darren Benj, and the 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr. I think they're only about 3 or 4 points apart. So, you know, those guys will keep an eye on that. Everybody else is pretty much safe where they are. They know they're going to finish right about what they are. So that tells me one thing, Doug. They're going to be hammered down, and they're going to bring back the steering wheel.
And you know, that tells me too, Kevin, that's one of the things. It's interesting you bring that up. Just kind of gives an idea of just how consistent Louis Bussa has been able to stay this year. You know, from first place, Louis Bussa, all the way down to the 10th place car is a 211-point gap. So, you know, that tells you he's been able to stay very consistent throughout this chase. And from first to second, after last week, you know, is a 52-point gap. And, I mean, we've documented week after week just how, you know, how resilient and how well Brian Lee has been running. And to find yourself at the last race of the year still 52 points behind, you know, just speaks volumes to how well Louis Bussa has been doing in this chase.
And that's a full race, Doug, and just a little bit more. So, you know, it just shows, like you said, the consistency in putting it down. Now, you know, last week we almost seen, you know, that lead cut in half. But like you said at the beginning of the show, the 16 got caught into some bad luck too in that wreck. If the 3 had been caught up in that, in only himself, and those other guys got to go up, Doug, we could be looking at like a 20-point difference right now in the last race, and this thing would, you know, not be over by a long shot. But you know, as it is, I mean, it happened. The 16 got involved with that, and the 3 was able to capitalize on everything else and come out with just what he needed to, you know, secure the point lead. So, you know, he did what he had to do, Doug, and now he's just out here racing for fun, too.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You know, Brian Lee's got a 9.1 average finish throughout the season after 35 races, and to find himself that far down. But tell you what, let's turn it over right now. We got our color guard and our honorary starter sitting down there, you know, tonight with the national anthem. So let's take a quick break here from up in the booth, get the national anthem, and so we can get back to some live racing here. We'll be back right after this.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched
And welcome back live to Homestead Miami Speedway. Sorry for the technical difficulties there, folks. Go through the starting grid here tonight. Sitting on pole, of course, we talked about a little bit earlier in the #1 position. Tonight's TB Creative Designs Pole Award winner is the number 4 of Dennis Wright. Starting in second on his outside, the 48 of Travis McKinney. Starting in third, the number 42 of Dan Pearl. Starting in fourth is the 78 of Chris Melton. Starting in fifth will be the 41 of Steve Deo. Starting in sixth will be the 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr. Starting seventh tonight will be the 61 of Charles Payne. Starting in eighth is the 23 of Frankie Samanto. Starting in ninth, the 54 of Charles Chapman. And starting 10th, the 8 of Christian Vasquez.
Starting in P11, the 76, Joshua Biddle. Starting 12th, the 91, John Babb. 13th, the 08 of Danny Gutierrez. 14th, the 83 of Timmy St. Jean. Starting 15th, the 88 of Ed Wilson. In the 16th position, the 24 of Chuck Garcia. P17, the number 7, Howard Wildrick. 18, the number 47 of Jay Richards. Starting 19th, the 44 of Paul Hahn. And 20th to 64 of John Lawler.
Starting in 21st will be the number 12 of Jerry Hinkle. Starting in 22nd, the number 5 of Kyle Lent. 23rd will be the 28 of Dennis Jenkins. 24th will be the 96 of John Vine. 25th will be the 55 of Dwayne Hall. 26th, the number 3, Louis Bussa. 27th, the 31 of Alex Monteferrante. Starting in 28th, the 15 of Darren Binge. 29th will be the 34 of Ben Britton. Starting 30th, the 27 of Dale Reynolds.
And we're going green, Doug. Yes, sir. We are going green. Not very often we get a chance to go through the whole field. The 4, Dennis Wright, gets a good start there, followed by the 48 of Travis McKinney. And look at the 42 of Dan Pearl making a move there, Doug.
Yeah, he was trying to get underneath right there, Kevin, trying to put that car up there, but the 48 closes up on the back bumper of the 4 of Dennis Wright. Looks like he gave him a little bit of a bump getting down into the corner right there, but, was able to survive. It looks like the 42 slides up the track a little bit right in front of the 48. They may be touching bumpers there.
Wow, that's what we were talking about, that give and take right there, Doug. Man, a little early in the race for the 42 trying to be sliding up in there, closing the door on the 48, but yeah, the 42's up there driving hard. You got to get all the newness of these tires because, like I said, 3 or 4 more laps, that'll be done.
Yeah, that gives a good example right there, Kevin, coming off of turn 2, heading down into 3 right there as the 48 makes a heck of a run up on the outside. Looks like he almost got in the wall. He got around the 4 there from over to Dennis Wright, but has to give it back as they head back down the front stretch here. That outside line just gets such a run as you see it right there. Wow. Down that front and back stretch right there is just what that outside line with that momentum can do.
Yeah, we said right off the bat, Doug, that the restarts here were going to be absolutely insane. And look at back through the pack here, the 3 and 4 wide.
Yeah, as you see the 06 there, Partridge trying to blend in. He was one of those cars who had one of those penalties for drive-through failure to qualify. And, he kind of blends back in right there with that front pack and causes guys to move around quite a bit. But there is cars, Kevin, all over the track here trying to get all that they possibly can out of these cars right now with these fresh tires. As a lot of these guys, had some bad qualifying tonight, such as Louis Bussa is coming up through the pack, so they're starting out way back towards the back and trying to make all they can right now at this early point of the race.
That's it. Who we kidding, Doug? I think the 3 just wanted to start back there and see what it was like to try to come through this thing.
And to talk about one of those who missed qualifying right there, the 16 of Brian Lee, currently running in 31st, about to go a lap down right in front of the leaders right now. So, we've talked about his consistency all year. He's got a long way to bounce back from already as we got 4 laps down. He's about to be a lap behind.
Yeah, that's unreal right off the bat. And the draft does help here. We got these long straightaways you were talking about, Doug. And you can't actually draft around here, but just look at the speeds these guys are carrying up next to that wall. Literally just about 6 to 8 inches, most of these guys running right off the wall. And you see the 48 there just carrying a ton of speed as they cross the start-finish line.
Yeah, that 48 of Travis McKinney, we've documented for a few weeks now. He seems to have that car, especially at the early part of the runs. Really
we got a
does
spinner,
exceptionally
Doug.
well.
We got a spinner to 54 is fun. Back on the, I believe that's the entrance to turn 3. Not sure. We'll get a report.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for the 54, you know, who's out here tonight trying to get all that he possibly can. You know, he's had himself put together a good string of a few races here the last few weeks, turned his program around as we talked about last week. So, you know, unfortunate incident for Chapman, you know, having to spin this early in the race. But, you know, that young man's been putting together a string of good runs here lately, just hasn't been able to, you know, get the luck out of it that, you know, he should have got, would hope for. It looks like he just kind of, you know, got a little, looks like a rear end just kind of came around on him there, or maybe it even blew a right rear tire, the kind of way it looked. Just a nice, slow, lazy spin. And then trying to stay out of everyone's way, stays up there against the wall, you know, and bounced off the wall a couple more times. But, I mean, he tried to stay out of everyone's way. So, nice job of driving there by Chapman, heads up, keeping it up out of the way, and being able to keep this thing green.
Yeah, we talked about that, Doug, at the beginning. You know, these guys getting loose, running these cars very hard. We're only 7 laps in. That spin happened right around that magical 5 lap we were talking about, the newness of these tires. So maybe that 54 team maybe started a little bit too much air pressure in that right rear, made that thing angry. And we see the end result right there as he's trying to get it down the pit road to put 4 fresh tires on that thing.
Yeah, it looks like he's not going to be able to make it, though. Looks like the engine let go on him. I don't know, you know, possibly maybe may have spun those tires a little too hard right there, you know, as he was trying to get it down the pit road.
Oh, we got a caution on the speedway. Caution. Man, man, it looks like the 41 of Steve Deo bounced off the wall, got into the 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr., and a whole bunch of cars got wrapped up in that one, Doug.
Oh, man, and yeah, it's hard to, hate to hear things like that, especially, I mean, the 87 who you documented, you know, 3rd in points right now, you know, going in here tonight, didn't have the qualifying effort he was looking for, of course, and, you know, sometimes you get back there in that track, in that pack a little bit, you know, that's unfortunately the end result that comes along with it, Kevin, is, you know, getting into, you know, stuff not of your own making. But as we get down into 1 here, it looks like Steve Deo just gets up there, you know, kind of got too close to that wall as he tried to comes down off the wall a little bit, gets into the 87, which turns him around right in front of quite a few cars. Looks like the 06 of Partridge involved, the 41 of Steve Deo, the 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr. May have gotten the 7 of Howard Woodrick collected a little bit there. As no, he is able to skate through, but the 61 of Charles Payne, also several cars up involved in that one.
Yeah, a lot of damaged race cars in that thing, and you know, Doug, we sound like a broken record. We called it somewhere between that lap 5 and that lap 8. We said that the newness of these tires were going to be gone, and these guys that were just trying to hang on and maybe missed the setup a little bit were going to struggle. And sure enough, we've seen 2 cars now that's had incidents like that. Like I said, the 41 just couldn't make the corner, bounced up off the wall there, collected the 87. The 87 tried to stay clear of him, and the rest is history, and it's in the book. So these guys are going to be on pit road now making major changes, and unfortunately some of these guys major repairs.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And like I say, we always say, Kevin, you know, sometimes it ain't you that gets yourself in trouble. I mean, you get caught up in someone else's stuff, and you know, kind of the deal right there. Kevin Kelly Jr. catches the 41 of Steve Deo. You know, just kind of caught him at the wrong moment. You know, as Steve got into the wall, brushed off just a little bit, and come back down the track just a little. As we got a big mess on pit road. Looks like the 48 was just rear-ended by the 42. So McKinney getting damage on pit road right there, Kevin.
Yeah, you know what? I was just watching that too, Doug. What a melee on pit road there. Man, you know, we've seen pit road be the equalizer all year long, and here it is again showing its ugly face. So, wow, big change of events right there.
Yeah, and that'll change the whole complexion, the whole, you know, way that car's going to run of the 48. As we got the 10 laps down right there, he was looking really good, but the damage like that, looks like that was a pretty hard hit. It's going to affect how that spoiler is, so that's going to affect the downforce on that rear end. As we kind of get a look there, it's pretty banged up right there.
Yeah, that's definitely going to hinder the downforce of that car, that's for sure. These things are so dependent here. You could probably get away with some left side damage, but the nose and the right side of these things are so important. 1, the downforce that these things make from the nose, and 2, what we call the side bite or side force down the right hand side. You get that right side door or fenders pushed in, it literally will not help you turn through the corner. So some of these guys are going to have to make adjustments for that, and they might have to take a big swing at it, Doug.
Yeah, that 48 of McKinney is heading back down pit road to get that damage looked at, Kevin. But you know, great work by Stephen Mahana up here in the booth, our producer, man, giving those great camera angles. You could just see it there in that in the shot he gave us a moment ago. That right in the center of the bumper on Travis McKinney's car is caved in about 1.5 foot, Kevin. So that was a hard hit, going to affect that car's handling, I'm sure.
Yeah, these guys are going to go out there with the Barabon and try to get these things all rounded off, the noses anyway, as they can. I'm not sure that you're going to be able to get that thing back aero the way it was. Like I said, you're going to have to pull some tricks, maybe some tape, maybe some tire pressure and stuff like that to get the nose of this thing sucked right down. Because you know how hard it is to drive here with a damaged nose when you need downforce, Doug.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Looks like Rob Partridge, Kevin's going to try to stay out and take advantage of this waiver round right here, as you know, he was one of the guys who, you know, had that penalty for you know, not qualifying and had to take the drive to at the beginning. He's going to try to take advantage of as Frankie Samato emerges underneath all that as the race leader right now, with Chris Melton in second place on his outside. But look right there in third, one of our Costa Rican friends. We don't see a whole lot of him here lately up towards the front, Kevin, but Christian Vasquez got that number 8 up there in the third position right now, and alongside of him is going to be Kyle Linton at number 5. So some guys we haven't seen up here quite recently emerging up in the front right now.
Yeah, you know, looking at some of the guys that were involved in that last incident there, Doug, the 21 in 21st position is the 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr., who was running in 8th when that happened. I'm sorry, 22nd. Steve Deo was in 21st. He was involved in that incident too. A lot of guys, you know, with damage through that. You got to wonder, you know, so what it did to the car. I know hearing from the down on pit road, the 87 crew, they got away with they didn't get as much damage as they thought they did. They were on only pit road for maybe 4 or 5 seconds extra, putting some tape on it, make some adjustments. So they're interested to see what's going to happen with them. And the same thing coming out of the 41 crew. They're saying the same thing. It probably looked worse than it really was. But we saw the 7 take a hit there, too, of Wildrick, and he's up in 5th place, Doug. So you got to wonder, and he took a shot right in that right side door we were saying was so important for aero. So we're going to see how it's going to affect his car, too.
Yeah, as we coming down here, you know, they're lined up side by side here, so I don't think we're getting I think we might get to 1 to go this time by, so we'll probably see our lucky dog and, you know, our waiver rounds come by this time. But you know, it didn't take long for that one to develop, Kevin. We were just talking about, you know, the speeds and such, but kind of give you an idea, no longer than what we've ran already. You know, we got 12 laps in the books here, but we've already got cars running in the 30.9 range out there, already turned that. So, you know, excuse me, I'm sorry, the 31.21 right now is the fastest lap we've gotten so far. But like I say, this early stage of the race, this track is going to change a lot, and I expect to see a lot more speed than that coming out of these cars. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see just how much of the wick gets turned up here tonight.
And you know, one thing, Doug, is we called it right down there. You know, we're not right often, Doug, but we said 5-day laps. That's when we would see carnage or see some action if it happened. And be darned if it wasn't right in between those laps that we said. I think some of those guys now that maybe witnessed what was going on with those other guys and the guys included in that action on that caution on lap 8 they might settle in just a little bit earlier now, maybe not push those things as hard. And the ones that didn't get involved into it, they probably looked at it and said, wow, okay, I got through this one. This is what can happen, so maybe I'm just going to be a little bit conservative and maybe drop some wedge, or excuse me, drop some track bar on that right rear, maybe some air pressure. It's just one of those things where, you know, it's monkey see, monkey do. In this case, they're looking at it and saying, okay, wow, I got through something that I could have been damaged in it. Maybe I need to settle down just a little bit here. And you know, who knows? It looks like we're going to have a wave around. Looks like the 06 is probably going to be a wave around, Doug.
Yeah, it's looking just like that, Kevin. But I tell you, apparently, looks like Brian Lee in that 16 machine was caught speeding on pit road, Kevin. He's going to the back of the field, getting a longest line penalties, what I'm hearing across the VSU Cup Series chatter line here. But so the 16 of Brian Lee going to be stuck way back there in the back serving that longest line penalty, which we just saw, you know, those longest lines and getting back there, it could be a way of getting into someone else's mess. But spoke about it a little bit earlier. For the fans watching at home, maybe tuning in for the first time, you know, that 8 car, Christian Vasquez, kind of gives a shows the international flavor we kind of have over here in NuffWORLD Racing. You know, a young man from down in Costa Rica. You know, currently I think he's around 15, 16 years old. Shows up here as much as he can, and really does a good job of wheeling that car around here. You know, like I say, and coming from a long way from here, so that's for sure.
Yeah, and we were sitting here looking at the 48 who was leading the race a while ago, Doug, looking. He is mired back in traffic all the way in 22nd position. So just having to duck on the pit road and make repairs to that car, he lost 21 spots coming on the pit road. Biggest thing now, Doug, is what is that car going to do in all that dirty air with that damage? We know the guy's got speed, so you know, he might be a little ticked off. He's got some damage. Try to come through the field, but it's going to be fun watching him do it, Doug.
Yeah, that it will be, Kevin. You know, this guy has had to, he's had to several times bring it through the field. We've documented that over the weeks. You know, he's usually got a pretty fast, pretty strong car here as we got the green flag flying. And looks like Frankie Samato may have missed a shift right there. Kind of stacked up that inside line, but they've all got going now. So, interesting there is Melton had to really check up, and now he slides up the hill a little bit. Look at the 7 to 78. Makes some contact. The 7 looks like he's around right there, Kevin.
Yeah, and the caution's going to come on that one. We had a 2-car right there. 7 got up, looks like got loose, and got way up into trying to see which one that what car that was. But man, right off the bat, we said these restarts were going to be crazy, Doug, and they are crazy. Just look how loose that 7 car was, right in the middle of 1 and 2 down there. Just washed straight up and made contact, and what a shame. And
yeah,
as we see the replay right here, Doug, and this was one of the cars we just talked about with that side force side bite issue, Doug. We said, what was it going to do to damage that right side of the car? And guess which side got loose?
Yeah, exactly that, Kevin. And, you know, some other cars involved in that. He got up. Looks like he kind of washed up right there. Didn't want to stick on that bottom line, you know, through the center and come up the hill a little bit there. Got up into the 78 right there. And as the 7 goes around, some of the other cars involved there, the 83 of Timmy St. Jean takes a hard hit right in the left side, bounces him up into the 47 there. So, you know, a couple other cars involved there. The 42 comes in and T-bones the 7 car of Howard Wildrick. Lewis Bussa involved also as he just T-bones into the 42 right there, along with the 12 of Jerry Hinkle, the 46. Man, there was a lot of cars involved in that one, Kevin.
Yep, and, you know, here we are. You know, they say cautions breed cautions. We said, like you said, not to sound like a broken record, that these restarts were going to be absolutely insane. And that was just one of those deals right there where it looked like the 7 just didn't have that side force going into that corner, and it just, the back of that car just kicked right out, and he was chasing that thing all the way through the corner, almost had it saved. Obviously going to have to come in and get some tires on that thing. But I think that thing might have been just a little more damage than the team had thought. So look for them to make wholesale changes on pit road.
Yes, we got great onboard shots there coming from producer Stephen Mahana right there riding in car with Lewis Bussa as he come through that corner. That's all you could see coming down in there, Kevin, was just nothing but smoke. And Lewis, not knowing which way to go, winds up getting right into the driver's side of that 42 machine of Dan Pearl and hit him extremely hard right there. So look for the 3 car. Good thing, I guess, he's got that championship locked up, because that would have been a big hit, I think, tonight with the amount of cars we got, with the damage he's going to receive out of that.
yeah, it's like we're seeing a lot of takers on pit road. You know, these guys, we talked about tires being a premium, and some of these guys ducked on pit road and taking advantage of these 4 tires. And you wouldn't think running around at pace speed you would do anything to these things, but you know what? Wear is wear. So, you know, I think these guys are smart, the ones that came on pit road and got 4 tires. You know, they've got a little bit of advantage, maybe some fuel and some tires out here. But like you said, getting back to the 3, Doug, very fortunate he's got it all wrapped up, because right there, it was just like you know, we're sitting there watching from his car angle, which way did he go? You know, he's trying to figure out which way to go and everything else. Like I said, all that smoke and everything else, and he guessed right. And the 16, he had an episode going through there too, and it looks like he guessed right. So sometimes, you know, it's just luck involved.
Yeah, a lot of times it's a lot of luck, you know, and we've talked about that. You know, there's being good, there's being lucky, and you know sometimes it doesn't help to, or doesn't hurt to have both going for you. So you know, as Lewis Bussa currently running 23rd, we see him, you know, as he went down pit road there, you know, getting that car worked on, and so you know, it's going to be some definite wholesale changes going to be made to that car, as that whole front end is pretty well caved in right now. So we got a lot of cars, you know, 18 laps down now into the books, and we've got a lot of cars, Kevin, already with quite a bit of damage, and 2 cars already out. Of course, the 54 we documented a little bit earlier, Charles Chapman, who had some engine issues, and looks like the 28 of Dennis Jenkins now was involved in that last one, and he's taking it behind the wall now too and calling it a night himself. So that's 2 cars already out in the first 18 laps, and probably another 10 out there with some heavy damage already.
You know, Doug, you'd think we were at Martinsville or Bristol or something, you know, the way these guys are beating and banging. But it's just the nature of the beast here. And, you know, I'm sure that right now the crew chiefs are in the drivers here saying, look, guys, you need to calm down a little bit. You know, we need to get a run in here to see what our car is going to do. Because the scary thing is, Doug, the longest run we've had here was an 8-lap run. So these guys don't even know what these cars are going to do on the long run. And like you said, we're 18 laps, coming up on 20 laps, pretty close here in the books here. And these guys don't even know what the cars are going to do in the middle of a tire run. So a lot to be decided right here.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars out there with a lot of damage already, and like you said, no one has had the opportunity yet to you know, really see what these cars will do. You know, as we haven't got more than 10 laps, you know, under green flag conditions yet. So you know, it's going to be interesting to see. Some of these guys, they're really looking good right now out there. You know, as far as, you know, the speeds that they are pulling and such, and the things that's going on. But you know, as these tire runs go on, we talked about it during pre-race, Kevin, you know, how much fall off there is, you know, after these tires start getting some wear on them. But so far we've had no real, you know, there's no reason to see that because we haven't ran enough laps yet to see it. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, some of these cars who may be in the back or some of them in the front, you know, what they will do, you know, once we start getting a long green flag run in here, as we haven't had that yet. So there may be some comers and goers once that all goes on.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what these cars are going to look like with about 20 or 25 laps on them. Definitely don't think this is a place where you can take right side tires. Maybe at the end of the race on a short 5-lap run or something like that. But I'm coming in here, Doug. I'm putting 4 tires on this puppy.
Yeah, you're exactly right about that. You know, and for any of you who may have watched, you know, the nationwide race today, you see at Homestead, Miami here, just what it takes. You know, 4 tires make such a huge difference. As we got the green flag here. God, Frankie Samato, Christian Vasquez get a heck of a jump on that restart.
Shot out of a cannon,
they are way
Doug.
out front.
Shot out of a cannon. Look at the 8 just stand in the gas on the outside. Whoa, gets a little bit loose, rubs the wall, comes back down the track, holds on to it, but loses that spot right there at 23. And again, we see how much speed you can carry. And looks like the 8 is going to follow the 23 around, Doug, and look at that low line and just kind of see what's going on. But here comes the 55 of Dwayne Hall.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say, Dwayne Hall has, you know, he qualified way back towards the back, has been able to keep that car out of trouble through the cautions and make good pit road decisions. Finds himself up here in 3rd place right now, running really well, and, you know, he's got to be happy with where he's sitting right now, looking at those 2 lead cars right there in front of him, and has been able to reel them back in a little bit from the way they got away on that restart. But like you said, it looked like those 2 were shot out of a cannon on the restart. Yeah,
those guys are kind of pulling away a little bit as the 8-man gets sideways through the center of the corner right there to the exit, gathers it back in, that allows the 23 to pull away a little bit. Here comes the 55, and Doug, the 5 car was actually trying to bump draft the 55 down the front stretch, so the 5 was like, hey dude, I gotta go, let's move.
Yeah, these 2 are they're really fighting it out for that number 3 position right now, as Kyle Lent really has been up as 47 of James Richards dives it down in there hard. into that, tries to get around the 5 of Kyle Lent. Isn't able to get around him, but I mean, really got up on him right there. And you know, he's got a heck of a run getting down into the corner right there as he does it once again, getting down into 1 and 2 here. But gets down on the inside of the 5 of Kyle Lent. But wow, that 47 of Richards is really running good right now.
Yeah, that was a power move, just flexing some muscle right there, just showing I can get down there and I can make it work. As you see him pull right up on the inside of the 5. But you know, Doug, I want to dump back here to about 15th, 16th, 17th. You know, the 06, the 83, and the 3, man, they are going at it. So we'll have to keep an eye on the lap times here to see, you know, just how fast these guys are running compared to the leaders. But you see the 3 car and the 83 with a lot different line there, Doug, than what most of these guys are running around the track. But you know, behind those guys, you've got the 41 of Steve Deo, the 27 of Dale Reynolds, the 96 back here, the 88. These guys are just going at it. And throw the 7 and the 42 in that batch, Doug.
Yeah, and look right behind them, that 44 of Paul Hahn, the 76 of Joshua Biddle. You know, there's a lot of cars in that. And those guys have been, Kevin, 2 and 3 wide ever since we came back under the restart there. And, you know, these two, the 7 and the 42 here, Wildrick and Dan Pearl have been side by side fighting for, you know, the 22nd position now for, oh, wow. And what a move that was right there, jumping down in front of Paul Hahn by Alex Monteferrante right there.
Yeah, that showed the youngster had a little bit of gumption right there. He just drove it right down there, and he's on the inside of the 42 right now. Man, these guys, wow, on the 44 and the 76 just made contact. So the 44, man, he is just all messed up. Oh, as the 31 gets loose and almost takes out the 42, Doug.
Man, these guys are racing like they were running for the lead on the last lap, Kevin, here on lap 26. It's getting interesting already back here with this pack. Hey, I don't think this thing is settled yet. Is this going to continue going? As that pack right in front of you talked about a little bit earlier there, Kevin, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th up here with St. Jean and Brian Lee, Chuck Garcia, Lewis Busson. These guys, they were just 3 wide right there a little bit earlier, going down into turn 1, sorted back out into a 2 wide now. So, you know, there's a lot of good racing going on back here.
Yes, there is. And, you know, one car we saw that had to go all the way back to 22nd position. The 87 got involved with the 41 on lap 8 there, that caution. The youngster has got himself back up into the 11th spot. So they made some repairs to it. Looks like that car still might be a little bit off, so you know, hopefully they'll get a nice long run in here and diagnose, you know, what's going on with that car. But you know, going back up front here, also we're looking at 9th place and 10th place. You got the 12 of Jerry Hinkle, and wow, as he gets way up high in the 61. Wow, just man, Doug, I'm telling you, there is just tight racing all over this track tonight.
Yeah, it's a heck of a... Oh, we got a caution out on the speedway right now, Kevin. I hear a caution coming across the radios right there, VSU Cup radio. So we have to take a look, see what happened out there. I was unable to see that one. So very interesting. We've got the field slowed down once again with 29 laps in the book here. As I understand, Stephen has the replay up there. Looks like involved the 76 of Biddle there, getting down into the corner. Looks like the rear end just kind of came around on him. He was up there on that high side, Kevin, and as he looped it around there, comes off the wall, collects the 44 of Paul Hahn. Also, you know, that's a couple of those cars we were just watching in a heated battle a little bit earlier. Yeah,
these guys are just battling and just, you know, burning these tires up. We restarted, I think, on lap 20, Doug, and here we are, that magic number again. We said right around 8 laps. So
exactly that.
You know, we're going right back into it where these guys are just going at it, man, at each other's throats, and these guys still don't know what their car is going to do in the middle of a tire run. So basically, you don't know what to do. You don't want to go out here and take the chance that all of a sudden we're going to have a green flag run, and I'm stuck with an adjustment that I didn't like. So a lot of these guys are probably going to leave their cars the way they are. But just some crazy racing here, 30 laps in the book here at Homestead.
Yeah, I think Kevin, with the amount of laps we've ran here, I mean, well, with the few amount of laps, shall I say, we've had here on each green flag run, unless your car is just horribly ill handling right now, I don't see making any adjustments to these cars because, just like we've said, we haven't ran enough laps yet to really find out what these cars are going to be able to do. And, just like Christian Vasquez, we've seen him, slippery quite a few times on the first few laps, on those new tires, but it looks like they kind of settled in for him after about 2 or 3 laps. So, I'm sure he's one of those guys that's going to be interested to see, how the car will react in the long run. Just as Frankie Samanta, who's been up there, running in the lead now for quite a few laps, is kind of interested to see, what his car is going to do once he gets a few laps on it. So, a lot of these questions are still to be answered here at Homestead, Miami, and we haven't had a chance yet to answer that. So it's going to be fun to see these guys if we get a long green flag here.
Yeah, just as we were talking about the 87 making a nice rebound up into the 10th position there, give a shout out to the 48 as he battled back before we had that caution back to the 7th position. So still a lot of speed in that car. We were worried about the downforce, and look at the race off of pit road, Doug. It's going to be a drag race right here. Too close to call. Don't know who got it.
Yeah, it looks like Vasquez may have been the first one off there. Frankie Samato may have got out right behind him. So, that'll put Vasquez back up in that, gained a couple of positions there. But one of the things I was looking at, Kevin, the 27 of Dale Reynolds, looks like he stayed out right there, under this this caution. So I'm wondering if this is something, he knows he only ran 10 laps there on those tires. If he's going to try to stay out there and kind of, leapfrog, so to speak, up into that front position, try to get away from some of that mess that tends to be happening back there where he was at.
Well, the only problem I have with that, Doug, is we've seen how hard these tires fall off. Having 8, 9, 10 laps on these things, even if you didn't run the car hard, I gotta believe you're really going to suffer about 10, 12 laps in as we see him stay out. Not sure if I agree with that strategy right there. He might come in with the one to go, but I definitely think if you're out here riding around with 9 or 10 lap older tires than the rest of these guys, you're going to be like a vacuum within 2 laps.
Yeah, as Stephen Mahana's got up here, the replay, oh my God, you talk about close coming off a pit road. Frankie Samato was beat by Christian Vasquez by probably about 1.5 feet, maybe 2 feet coming off a pit road. So real good pit stop right there on the 8 of Christian Vasquez and that whole crew. Crew chief getting those guys motivated, getting them rallied, and gets him back out in front of the 23. So Vasquez looks like we'll restart unless these top 2 here of Reynolds and Darren Benj decide to peel off here with the one to go. We'll restart back in the 4th position up on that high side, and we saw what a run he got last restart up on that high side, Kevin. So it seems like he likes the high side on the restart.
And one thing, that is continued again, they're getting good practice at it again this weekend, Doug, is pit road. I don't believe that I ever saw 4 tires and 2 cans of fuel as fast as we did last week at Phoenix. I mean, these guys were on it, and we're seeing a couple of these teams on it again tonight. But in my mind, last week's race at Phoenix, every pit crew was on it. These guys were getting on and off of pit road lightning fast. And here's the 27 to 15 coming in. Kind of figured that's the strategy they were going to pull, because 10 lap tires here, Tuck, you're going to go to the back.
Yeah, and that'll move the 8 of Vasquez up into the number 1 position. So, that shows what a difference that makes, getting that quick pit stop right there, being able to get out in front of the cars that came in front of you. But, yeah, just like you said, Kevin, last week, we were seeing a lot of pit stops well under the 14-second mark and just blazing speeds out here for some of the crews there at Phoenix. And, those guys, you could tell a lot of those cars that were having those under 14-second pit stops were also, those guys are in the chase trying to make up all that they could. And, so they were definitely pit crew involved, whole team effort there last week at Phoenix.
Yeah, and these guys are on it. We've seen a couple guys. Kevin Kelly Jr. comes in 10th, comes out 8th. So these guys are on the ball. There's a lot of them. The 55 at Dwayne Hall had a decent stop. A lot of guys. Man, the 78, they've been solid. The 61's been solid all night for pit road. And look who's in P11, Doug, the 3, sneaking his head up inside of there. And got the 2nd place points man right now, the 16 of Brian Lee. But as we've said all night, the restarts are excited, Doug, and we're getting ready to drop the green flag here.
Yeah, as we're coming off turn 4, I was going to say, look right there in the 4th place position right now. You know, our pole sitter tonight kind of fell back a little bit there during the first 25 laps or so, but Dennis Wright's moved himself back up into the number 4 position right now, running alongside Jay Richards right there. As we get the green flag here, it looks like everyone's off to a real good restart here, but Vasquez really gets a good restart.
Rocket boosters, Doug. The 8 has got rocket boosters tonight because he just lit it up. He looked like John Force coming off the line there.
Yeah, he's definitely got some restart gears in that car, Kevin. It looks like he was anticipating having some restarts tonight as they shoot off heading down into turn 3 here. The 23 of Frankie Samato currently falls back into the 2nd place. But I tell you what, Richards in that 47 and the 4 of Dennis Wright, along with the 78 of Chris Melton, these guys are hard and fast after each other for that number 3 position.
Yes, they are. They're getting looking back in the back to 61. Almost looped it around on the front stretch. Gathered it up and saved it. But, man, he had his hands full. It looked like he was about ready to give himself a black eye in the car. Look at the 78 with a power move, Doug, by the 47.
Yeah, and look right behind him, Kevin. We just talked about this guy, how his car was going to act a little bit earlier. There's the 48 of Travis McKinney right there in the mix. They're almost 3 wide now.
Yes, they are, man. There are battles everywhere out here, Doug. These guys just refuse to settle in and do a race run. And right now, the 8 has got to be loving this. He's like, you guys can just take each other out. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to ride and take advantage of this fresh air. And the 23 is kind of settled in, so is the 4. But look at the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th, Doug.
Yeah, these guys are 3 wide. It looked like Richards may have cut the wall there, coming off a 2 a little bit, allowed the 78 and the 48 to kind of get up there with him. But these guys have not settled this thing. They have been going at it for about 3 laps now. As Melton pulls down now in front of the 48, and Travis McKinney leaves Richards up on the outside. Now the 48 dives it in low. He's going to try to take that position.
Oh, look at the tight racing right there. The 48 almost sliding in, but then the 47. And the 47 is not giving an inch. And look behind him, Doug, the 55 is using the draft and sucks right back up. We've got a 4-way battle here as the 48 pulls up even at a 78. Man, these guys are just going at it.
Yeah, these guys, I mean, you just like we said earlier, Kevin, you would think this is the last lap where some of these guys are running right now. As a 55 now is going to try to dive it down underneath the 47 there. Richards kind of shuts the door on him. As a 48 now, looks like he's going to be able to clear Chris Melton here coming off of turn 2. As they're 2 by 2 coming down the backstretch here right in front of Dennis Wright, working over Paul Hahn right now. So, you know, trying to get around that lap traffic as we got the Hahn, who's currently running 30th, right there in the mix of all this mess. These guys are not settling down yet, Kevin.
No, we're not. I tell you, something's going to give here pretty quick as the 48 says, all right, guys, I've had enough. I'm out of here. You've got 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th right here battling as the 48 kind of gets sideways inside of the 78. He's going to carry it down the inside, trying to get help from the 47, a little bit of draft there. Watch the 55 here, Doug. He's just going to drive this thing right down in the center of the corner. He's using the draft to his advantage. Right here, he's going to get a big run coming as a 47. Almost gets in the door. As these guys go down to the start-finish line, they are basically running identical lap times all over each other. I mean, just they can't get away from each other, Doug.
Yeah, the way these guys are racing, Kevin, I'm wondering, did you miss the memo somewhere? Are we going to lap the white flag on lap 42 or something? Because these guys are racing like this is the end right here. As a 47 dives underneath, he's going to try to get right in behind Dwayne Hall here and try to get around that 78 himself. As a 48 is right. Wow, what a little touch right there it looked like. As a 55
and
is a wreck.
And the caution's going to come out, Doug. They made contact. 55 saves it on the front stretch, but, you know, that was just one of those deals, Doug, where, you know, it's one of those things we talk about where, you know, if the guy's going to turn around and let that guy in or not, and it looked like the 78, yeah, it was like, nah, I don't know if I'm going to let you in, man. And
yeah,
that's what happened.
Yeah, I'm hearing from DSU cup control up there, Kevin. There was no contact there. Dwayne Hall just kind of lost it a little bit there on his own, just a little bit of arrow thing there. So there was no contact made. So unfortunately, Dwayne Hall pays for that one, but that was a heck of a move he was making right there, and there really wasn't a lot of room to fit that car in there. And so that battle right there kind of settles down for the moment. So as everyone moves around, but the 55 of Dwayne Hall, you know, looks like he's going to call it a night possibly, you know, but he was having some trouble getting back to pit road there. You know, he may have to take that one behind the wall before it's over.
Yeah, that was so crazy. It's one of those deals, like you said, when we look at it, you know, when you're looking at it in real time, you know, it looks like there was some contact there. I'm sure our statistician Buster is going to be all over that for a replay, checking that out. But you know, it just goes to show you here how aero dependent these things are, especially as we got a replay, Doug.
Yeah, and I tell you what, looks like as they come down in there, you know, they're maybe. I tell you what, it was a tight spot there, Kevin. We're watching a replay here. It looks like the 40 looked like as he tried to slide up front of the 78 there. Oh, wow. Yeah, there was, I think, possibly a little contact there, but I can't really tell from this angle at all, Kevin. It looks like it's just a little touch there. It wasn't a hard push at all, but man, that was there was not much room there. It's kind of like, as they say, threading the needle right there, and there was just a little bit of contact, but it was just enough to put the 55 on a round. But I tell you what, with all this going on, we go look back up here in front. Christian Vasquez at 8 is just setting a blistering pace right now. He has put a 1.8-second gap on the number 4 car of Dennis Wright, as Travis McKinney now settles into third, a little over 2 seconds back.
Yeah, you know, we're looking at another battle. That one was so good. We were looking at a while ago, looking at 7th, 8th, and 9th. The 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr., the 16 of Brian Lee, and the 3 of Louis Bussar, our champion this year, showing, hey, I'm still here to win a race. It doesn't matter if it's locked up or not. And just interesting, hearing some radio chatter down there. The 87 was screaming loose, Doug. And they asked him how loose on a scale from 1 to 10. He says, I ain't got enough fingers. I'm that loose. So that kid's hanging on.
He's doing a good job of hanging on to it there. Currently running in the 7th place position, you know, right there in front of Brian Lee and Louis Bussa. So, you know, if there's some good company that you want to be around when you got a loose car, those will be 2 guys, you know, to kind of be around, as they know how to get around, you know, cars that if they get into trouble. But Kevin Kelly is definitely doing a good job of hanging on to that car out there if it's that loose, Kevin. So, you know, holding on to the 7th place position and still running some really good lap times. So, kind of makes me wonder, you know, if they get that car to his liking, what he's got under the hood tonight.
Yeah, that's it. You know, they were wrapped up in that caution on lap 8, so they made some adjustments on it too. Speaking of adjustments, man, I think if the 48 gets another crack at this car, Doug, he might be the guy to beat here. He is slowly knocking that lead down. It's down to 1.7. It was 1.950 just a while ago. So he's knocking a little bit of time off of that. So give that guy one more crack on pit road to make an adjustment on that car, and he might be running down the leader.
Yeah, that could very well be it. And I tell you, another one coming right along, right there behind him, is that the number 4 car, tonight's TB Creative Designs Pole Award winner, Dennis Wright, currently running in the 3rd place position. He's looking really good. Looks like he can get around that high line pretty good right now, Kevin, as he's been able to get around Frankie Samato, who's you know, lost 2 positions since the restart here, fell from 2nd to 4th. Still running a good run out there and hanging on to 4th place right now. But I tell you what, right behind them, Richards and Chris Belton, these guys, you know, are kind of swapping that 5th place back and forth around, you know, as we were watching the battles they all had going on a little bit earlier. But they still kind of haven't settled that thing out as they're swapping it around.
Yeah, and as we're looking, the 48 just knocked it down to 1.4. So he knocked 3/10 off, I'm sorry, 3/100ths off right there just in that one single lap, as it's kind of bounced back to 1.5 now. So he is making gains. And speaking of making gains, look at the 23 as he is working over the 5 as we head down the backstretch there. So the 23 flexing a little bit muscle. And this might be the longest run we've seen all night. I know it's early. Well, we're lap 50. And maybe these guys will settle in and have a nice green flag run, and we'll see what these cars can do in the long run.
You know, and I've been watching that too, like you were talking about there with the 23 of Samato and the 4 of Dennis Wright, Kevin. It looks like Samato really prefers that bottom line, so you don't really see a lot of those guys doing that, but he's able to make that line work down on the bottom. And just to kind of let the folks know at home, lap 54 coming up, it's going to be a special lap of silence coming up in honor of the number 54 of Charles Chapman, whose father passed away this week. If you were with us when we went off the air last week, we referred to it, but unfortunately, our condolences go out to the entire Chapman family after, losing his father earlier this week, and still out here at a rough night tonight. But we want to honor, Charles Chapman and his family by honoring a lap of silence here on lap 54, which is Chapman's number 54.
That's it, and a great man. Like you said, went in the hospital last week, had a stroke, and ended up passing away. I believe it was last Sunday. So our condolences and prayers go out to the family, that's for sure. And everybody here at the VSU Cups sends our prayers, our thoughts, and our love to the Chapman family, the entire Chapman family. And like I said, we're going to dedicate lap 54 to his father, 54. So we're coming up on lap 54. The leader has now, the second place car has knocked it down to a half a second, Doug, as we go silent on lap 54.
All right, and like you said, Kevin, just before we went away right there, the leaders out on lap 55, Travis McKinney has really knocked that gap down as he's making a move now on Vasquez, dives to the inside. Looks like he's going to make that move with ease right here as Vasquez doesn't even try to put up a hard fight here. Lets him go on that inside, but they are nose to tail now heading down the front stretch, Kevin.
Yeah, and one thing that gets me is we've always known the 48 is a really good short run to middle run car, and we're seeing something out of the 48 tonight, Doug, that we're not usually typically seeing. We're seeing him get stronger in the middle of the run. So the 48 looks like he's got this thing dialed in tonight. It's the 87 spins, Doug. Not sure if there's a caution out or not, but the 87 is around.
Yeah, as Vasquez has now moved down onto that inside right there. Looks like we're staying green here, Kevin. The 48 pulled out just a little bit right there. Looks like it's about a 0.2 of a second gap right there that the 48's been able to put over the 8 so far. So, that 48 car is definitely strong, as we're looking at things out here. Vasquez is still there, but just isn't able looks like the 87 just kind of may have heated that tire up there coming off of turn 2, Kevin, and he's kind of looped it around there all by himself, all the way off the track down into the grass. Looks like he may have done some damage to that left side of the car right there as he bounced it off inside wall.
Yeah, we heard him that he was screaming loose, and no doubt about it on that, as we see he's got a left front tire down. So as they pull in to put 4 tires on this thing and see what they can do to it. And it looks like not that much damage. They're going to be on pit road for maybe a couple seconds longer than they should be, but definitely going to put it back in the pack, Doug.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate. But I tell you what, Travis McKinney, just like you said, Kevin, he's looks like he's done some work on the setups we're used to seeing him running really fast and really strong early and kind of falling off towards the middle to the end of the long run. But it looks like he has really got that car dialed in as we're entering, what is this, about 20, 25 laps into this run. And he looks like he's running faster now than what he was during the first part of the run. So he's starting to put quite a bit of difference here, about 6-7 tenths over Christian Vasquez. But I tell you one, looks like he's kind of starting to come to life at that 23 of Frankie Samato as he is closing the gap now on Vasquez.
Yeah, these guys, now we're seeing what these cars will do in the middle of a tire run. Notice we didn't say fuel run, tire run. We're seeing what some of these guys can do. Like I said, I really think that the field might be in trouble, Doug, because we're seeing something in that 48. Like I said, we typically don't see. He's out to a 1 second lead over the 8 car right now. So if he can make this thing better, it might be a long night for the rest of the guys.
Yeah, it could definitely be, but that 23 of Frankie Samato looks like it's starting to come alive too, Kevin. So, that might be something to look at too and kind of keep an eye on. Is that 23 also in the 48? Looks like they both got some pretty strong long-run cars. But tell you what, fans, let's step away here, knock out a quick commercial break, get our sponsors out there, And we'll be back, hopefully live green flag action here at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Tonight's Brothers in Arms Foundation 400, presented by NuffWORLD TV. Stay tuned.
Link engaged.
Welcome to TeamSpeak, advanced voice communication software for any platform. TeamSpeak allows groups of people to communicate and share information with anyone via the internet or through private networks. Using your Windows, Mac or Linux-based computer, all you need is a headset with microphone, and in minutes you can be chatting with others in real time using our crystal clear voice technology. As a pioneer in the industry, TeamSpeak has become one of the most recognized brands in online gaming and voice-over IP solutions. TeamSpeak features include a customizable toolbar, a clickable server icon and support for channel icons, custom graphics and BB code enabled info panes, detailed user info and support for uploading avatars, firewall-friendly file transfer, tabbed public and private text chat with logging, custom skins, themes and sound packs, and much more.
I'm someone that's more than just a casual gamer. It's important to me to have fast, organized, quality voice comms. With TeamSpeak, I'm able to quickly customize user permissions and email a privilege key to an offline user. So the next time they log into the server, they'll be set up exactly how I want them to be. TeamSpeak also lets us do file transfers, assign player rank, insignia, upload avatars, or create custom skins. For me, there's no better choice out there than TeamSpeak.
TeamSpeak is free to use for non-commercial entities. Low-cost professional hosting is also available through our global network of authorized TeamSpeak host providers. For online gaming titles, social networks, government, military, or simulator projects, TeamSpeak also offers a software development kit. The TeamSpeak SDK allows developers to integrate our technology directly into their existing product or service. So no matter which game you're playing or with whom you wish to communicate, TeamSpeak has you covered. TeamSpeak. Flexible, powerful, crystal clear voice communication on any platform.
And welcome back live to tonight's presentation of the Brothers in Arms 400 from Homestead Miami Speedway, presented by NuffWORLD TV. And while we were away, folks, the number 3 of Lewis Bussa had himself an interesting moment right here, coming off the corner here. Got extremely loose, turned that thing about way over 45 degrees. Just about watched that, and headed back down. You know, finally got that thing straight, heading down the front stretch right there. But I tell you what, you know, I don't know what it was, Kevin. He got around at 87. He may have caught some of that looseness from the 87 right there. As he's got a lot of nose damage we documented earlier.
Yeah, he has. You know, I think that a lot of the freeze problem, like you said, basically is because of the cosmetic damage on that car. That thing is just loose. It looks evil almost at every corner. But we were talking a while ago about some, you know, great side-by-side action. And I got to tell you, back in the field, these guys, look at the 42 on the outside of the 4 right there. Looking back, the 88 and the 12, 19th and 20th battle out here. We haven't talked about Ed Wilson all night long. One of his favorite racetracks, he loves running out here, and he's battling out with a 12. Speaking of the 12, we documented, you know, early on, he just didn't have the chase that he was looking for, Doug. They basically backed into the chase. Could never find that consistency with that car, but you know, hey, they did make it in the chase, just not able to do too much with it when they got there.
Yeah, looking at a lot of guys out here. You know, it's good to see these guys get these long runs in right now, Kevin. I tell you what, starting to see what some of these cars can do. You know, Travis McKinney has been able to open up about a 1.8 second lead right now. I tell you what, though, Jerry Hinkle, like you said, one of those cars just. He definitely hasn't had the. He started this year off really good. Was really consistent throughout the first half of the year, and then all through the middle part. Started having some issues right there towards the end of the year before getting to the chase, like you said. And it just seemed like, you know, that he was never able to recover from, you know, those issues that started just before the chase. They just continued on throughout the chase, and has definitely not had the what he was looking for out of this year's 2013 VSU Cup chase. And you know, looks like he's kind of struggling out there a little bit tonight. Maybe a bit off on the setup too tonight.
Yeah, talk about someone struggling, Doug. The 31 got into the fence again. He's just having an ill handling race car. We've seen him almost loop it 2 or 3 times now, and he's just trying to hang on. We said we got to the middle of a tire run, we'd see what these things do, and man, some of these cars are ugly. When you see the 3 sideways like that, you know you're hanging on.
Yeah, and if you look right behind Monteferrante right there, you were just talking about a guy we haven't spoken much about tonight, that 88 of Ed Wilson, Kevin, has been very quiet out here tonight. You know, typically we see him, you know, try to stay out there under caution, lead a few laps, you know, try to put himself into a position to lead some laps. We kind of saw it there Thursday night. You know, he stayed out when some of the others went in and got tires, and was able to lead quite a few laps and had a good shot towards the end of the race there to win the thing on Thursday night over on the Pure Sim Series. But you know, he's been relatively quiet out here tonight, currently running in the 20th place position. So it's going to be interesting to see if he tries to make one of those pit road decisions tonight to gain some track position.
Yeah, the biggest thing the 88 has to worry about right now is he is 22, almost 23 seconds back. So he needs a caution, or he needs the leader to start falling off. As we see a new second place car, the 16 of Brian Lee moves in. He's now 1.8 seconds back from the leader. So we're seeing, you know, these cars go through a serious transition right now. And we saw right now the 88 car, Ed Wilson, loses almost a full second on that lap right there. So we're seeing these things fall way off right now. I'm looking right now, laps of 33.042 by the 8 car, who was up there leading that thing a while ago, Doug. So we're talking about a 2-second fall off in the middle of a tire run.
Yeah, that is a lot of time out here too on the racetrack. You start considering that 2 seconds, shucks. You're only talking about 15 laps of getting completely, you know, lapped out here. So you know, 2 seconds, huge difference out here. As Kevin Kelly Jr. now in front of Travis McKinney up here in front, so he's been able to get one of those laps back he's working on right now, Kevin. So Kelly Jr. may, you know, have that car. He's up in the 24th position right now. May have got some kinks worked out in that car, so to speak, and currently shown only 1 lap down. So, you know, he's got one of the laps back that he lost a little bit earlier. Is looking to you know, try to work his way up with those much fresher tires now to get himself in a lucky dog, or possibly even fight himself back onto the lead lap here as this thing winds onto this long green flag run.
That's the thing right now. We see right there, he was 2 laps down. He's got himself back to 1 lap down. We see just the importance of tires here. So basically, these guys need, you know, the 87 crew need a little bit of luck to fall on their side. Maybe a quick caution, get within that 1 lap and race for that lucky dog. But I want to drop back here to a car that we saw earlier with his hands full. He's the first car lap down, the 44 of Paul Hahn. And, man, he has still got his hands full, Doug. He is just hanging on for dear life every lap. So, you know, the 44, he's having a long race right now. He needs a break, needs to get back on that lucky dog. We saw him with that battle early on in the race with the 78, the 16, the 48, and the 55. He just ducked out and said, guys, you go. So he's a lucky dog right now, hoping for a break.
Yeah, and I tell you, we look right in front of him there, Kevin. One of the guys making a real nice recovery right now. The 83 of Timmy St. Jean, he was involved in one of those accidents. I think it was the second or third accident we had.
Wow,
whoa,
44 and
47 about touchdown.
Wow, that was close, man. I'm telling you, that was close.
Yeah, that was a very close one. I was going to say, Timmy St. Jean currently running in the 11th place position, working Lewis Bussell in 10th place right there in front of him. You know, involved in one of those incidents with heavy damage we saw there a little bit earlier during the race, has been able to get that car down the pit road a couple of times, get some work done on it, and he's making a nice recovery right now.
Yeah, we've seen the 24s around on the front stretch, Doug. Bad break for him. He's having a decent run. Not sure. One of those guys that probably got loose off of turn 4 as we got the replay up, Doug.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, this kind of looks like, you know, coming off of turn 4 right there, that rear end just kind of, back of that car just kind of come unglued from the track, you know, kind of lost the air on it maybe or something, and, you know, it comes around a couple of times, does a couple of 360s there, backs it right down into the inside wall. Doesn't look like he hit it too awful hard. Will be some damage to that car, but looks like he's going to get away with what could have been a lot worse there with that incident, but the 24 continues on, and I'm sure he'll be hitting pit road to get some tires on that car, Kevin.
Yeah, he's made that right rear tire very angry. It's not going to last much longer. But as we go back up to the front, the 16 has chewed that lead over, over a half a second. It was a full second a while ago. He is now less than a half a second back. So the 16 is flexing a little bit muscle with a long run car, Doug.
Yeah, that 16 is looking really good here right now. And I tell you, he started a good bit back in the pack too, Kevin. So he's been driving that car up through the pack. It ain't like he started up here, you know, in the top 2, top 3. So he's definitely been running some quick laps. So Lee's definitely got that car, hooked up out here tonight as he picks up about half a tenth right there. He's picked up 11 positions since we restarted. So, but I tell you, another one that's having a real good show is right behind him right there. That 23 of Frankie Samanto continues to kind of bounce around in that top 5. You know, it's like his car is going through some cycles or something there, Kevin. He'll pick up a couple, 2 or 3 positions, and then, you know, next 10 laps he'll drop a couple positions. But overall, it remained pretty steady at this moment.
And you know what I like about the 23 is he is doing it on the bottom, Doug. If you watch him, these other guys are running up top, and the 23 is using the bottom of the track to get around here and make up time. You know, he's able to get down there and just slide right up to the top groove on a straightaway and not have to worry about it anyway. He is making up a lot of time that way. So it looks like he's searched around and he's found a groove, and he is gaining on both of them, Doug.
Yeah, and I'm hearing, Kevin, over a lot of the scanners down here that a lot of guys are complaining with cars being very loose out there and short pitting to try to get some adjustments made now on these cars as we're getting into the long green flag run. A lot of these guys are complaining that cars are just getting looser and looser and starting to get to be a handful. And I tell you what, I'm hearing out of the 3 crew that car is more than a handful right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys hanging on. You know, we were laughing at the youngster, the 87 Kevin Kelly Jr., saying he didn't have enough fingers to, you know, to tell how loose it was. It's not just him. It's everybody is screaming up and down pit road that these cars are loose. So, you know, that's telling me this is the longest run we've had, Doug. If I'm the crew chief right now, I would rather give my driver a little bit of confidence by making that thing a little tight. I would rather be a little snug and know that I could depend on it when I get back to that gas coming off the corner. That's where a lot of these drivers are starting to complain that the loose at is off of the turn 2 and off of turn 4. So if I'm a crew chief, I might want to drop some right rear tire pressure, maybe drop the track bar just a little bit, just snug these cars up a little bit, because we know that right rear tire is going to gain some air in it. And when they gain air like that, Doug, you know as well as I do, that's almost like putting a spring rubber in the right rear, and it's just going to get looser and looser. So maybe coming down on the air pressure and track bar a little bit, but give these guys some confidence in the middle and the long run.
Yeah, exactly. I tell you, looking right in front of Lewis Buss, Timmy St. Jean, we talked to him a little bit earlier. He's been able to get around that 3 car and move into the number 9 position. But if I'm a driver or a crew chief right now, one young man I'm kind of a little concerned about right now is that number 8 car, Christian Vasquez, that we talked about during the short run. You know, how quick he was getting off the start and how that thing restarted and such. But I tell you what, now as he falls victim to Timmy St. Jean, falls back to the 9th place position, it looks like that car has had a lot of fall off of this long green flag run, Kevin, as he's now almost 13 seconds. And he blows a right front tire and takes it into the wall and collects the 3 car there. Wow.
Wow, that's, you know, and now we're going to have a caution for that one. I was just getting ready to say, on the stopwatch, Doug, he was running 33 threes, and the 48 was still running 32 sevens and 32 eights. So, you know, he was falling off and really abusing that right front tire.
Yeah, and I tell you, Kevin, Travis McKinney, the 48 car peels off. He's heading down pit road, so you know he's off. He's giving up the lead right now. Brian Lee moves up into the lead. He's got about a little over half a second lead right now over second place Frankie Samato. So move Brian Lee up to the #1 position right now. So you know Brian Lee leading the way. But
yeah.
no caution out there, Kevin.
Yeah, it just hurts my buzz in my ear. I thought it was a caution, but like I said, the 48 busted off the pit road there, thinking, you know, maybe look, I've just about got all the stuff I can get out of this thing. The 16 caught me. I'm going to get on here and get 4 tires. And like I said, we've seen a 2-second drop off. So if I'm these other guys, I don't want to waste too much time out there knowing that the 48, as fast as he is, has got 4 fresh tires.
Yeah, you're right about that, and we know that car, you know, now we've been through a long green flag run, Kevin. You know, we know that Travis McKinney in that 48, unlike what we've seen, you know, over the last few weeks, he's not only strong at the beginning of the run with those fresh tires, but he's strong over the entire run now. So, you know, if that car running the way it is, and these cars have fell off about 2 seconds here, you know, he's going to be picking up about 2 seconds every lap, and it's not going to fall off a whole lot. So there's a little cause for concern if I'm a crew chief now.
Yeah, you know, I'm sure these guys are checking the tires off, checking the tires over really good when they bring them off, and I'm sure that we're going to see a lot of excessive wear. Hearing from the 87 crew, when they took those tires off, they said that right rear tire was almost down to the cords, and they had a lot of temperature in that right rear. So I can't help but think a lot of these other guys are battling the same thing on pit road, but, you know, but they know now, they know just about how far they can push these things. And we said this, Doug, that we would see a pit stop for 4 tires way before we would see, you know, a pit for fuel. That's just how much these tires wear. We were seeing at the end of a run there over a 2-second drop off. So, you know, if I'm guys like the 16 and these other guys back here, I don't want to, you know, stay out too long, because you're just going to give that track position up. Yeah, you're going to gain it back when you get it, but you got to be careful about how much you're going to leave here. And I mean, just an example, right now, the 48 last time ran a 31.3, Doug. And looking at the leader's last lap was a 32.8, almost a 32.9. So big drop off in times there, and you can see it on the track.
Yeah, that you can, Kevin. And if you keep giving up time like that, especially McKinney, you know, pitting from the lead like he was under green flags like that, you know, he is in the first car a lap down. So we got a caution out on the speedway, though, Kevin. So it's going to be a good break right there, you know, for those guys who are still on the track. Unfortunate break if you're Travis McKinney, but, you know, you got to question yourself now. Do I stay out there and try to take the waiver? Well, he is the lucky dog, so we don't have to worry about that. So good break for Travis McKinney also. So, you know, timed it just right, I guess you would say.
Yeah, and you know, he's going to get the ability to put 4 tires on that car, but he's going to be starting back in traffic, and we've seen how that can be back in that deal. So we're going to see the 48 get his lap back. Now we have the 4 car, the 44, the 24, and the 87 are going to be a lap down. So those guys are going to be battling for the lucky dog coming up. So you won't see none of those guys not coming on pit road. They're all going to put 4 tires on it, come back out. That makes no sense to do a waiver on here. But, you know, we got to see a nice, long green flag run right there, Doug, and we're looking now to see where that caution came from.
Yeah, and I tell you, one we've been quiet about all night, Kevin, but has kind of snuck his way through the pack here tonight. Slow and steady, I guess you would say, but that 08 of Danny Gutierrez is he's being shown right now in the 5th place position, and I don't think we've called his number at all tonight so far. So heck of a run for Gutierrez already. But I tell you that it's like I say, a lot of these cars are, a lot of these cars are starting to get, like we said, are getting loose as the 31 there of Ferrante, Alex Monteferrante, just kind of, gets down into turn 3 there and just, I don't know if he just entered it wrong or if that, like you said, Kevin, all the heat in that right rear tire, the right rear, just kind of came around on him, slow and, just lazy kind of spin, puts it that whole driver's side up into the outside retaining wall there, keeps it up on the high side, keeps it out of everybody's way. But the thing was, with all these cars strung out the way there were, there just wasn't no chance. As Brian Lee, first car off of pit road right there, but no chance for a young man if he spins it up there and puts it onto that wall to get it back down off the track with these cars spread out the way they were. So caution had to be thrown there.
Yeah, we were talking about a while ago, somebody we haven't really talked about the 08. Here's another one we really haven't talked about all night either, Doug, is the 15. And this is his ammo, freaking every race. We sit there and see him riding around in like 18th, 19th, 20th. And here he is up in P7. So he's battled back up and was inside the top 10 that whole run there. So, he looked like he was one of the cars that could, pretty much stay with it on the long run. I got to be honest with you, Doug, probably other than the 48 that we've seen, we watched the 16 run down the 48 and pass him there. So as the 3 car has to park it, Doug, having mechanical issues there. So the 3 car is out of the race and probably not where he wanted to finish, but it's already wrapped up. He's done. They're going to put it on the hauler. But mechanical issues there for the 3.
And if you're some of these other guys, such as, Brian Lee or, Kevin Kelly Jr., that's going to push Louis Bussa outside the top 20 finishing position tonight. You're thinking to yourself, why couldn't this have happened, 2 weeks ago, last week, 3 weeks, whatever the case may be. But, we always talk about it. Everybody's got that one mulligan, and turns out Louis Bussa's mulligan for the year was the last race of the year when it really didn't even matter.
That's it. Like you said, they're probably sitting there going to 16 especially. All right, last week he got wrecked, and then, he finished way back, and we were looking at almost a 20-point swing, but, the 16 saying, I got involved in that. And here I am up front leading the race, and the 3 has to leave the race, and this could have been a game changer here. So, and that's why we race the race. Nothing's ever given to any of these racers. They have to go out and earn every lap. It just goes to show you how funny and strange our sport is.
Yeah, that it is, Kevin. As Brian Lee, one of those guys, he's like I say, running a second coming into tonight's race, 52 points down. If this had been a week ago, when it was a much closer gap and was still with a race to go, it would have definitely been a game changer. But with the way things worked out and as strange as our sport is, like you said, it becomes a moot point at this time. But looks like we're going to have a lot of guys taking wave around track here to get one of those laps back. Looks like it's going to be the 76 of Biddle, the 42 of also we're going to have, let's see, the 42 of Dan Pearl, the 88 of Ed Wilson, the 34 of Ben Britton, the 61, excuse me, of Charles Payne, Jerry Hinkle. So quite a few wave rounds here this time. So a lot of those guys are going to put themselves back to a closer spot to try to take a gap.
Yeah, to see a 31 have to park that car also. Too many mechanical things wrong with that car. They could not continue, so they're on the hauler early. Good to see the youngster out here. But Doug, getting back to what you were just talking about, the wave rounds, don't necessarily think I agree with these guys taking a wave round. We've seen what just missing the setup can do, and some of these guys look like they did miss the setup just a little bit, or they got some damage on that lap 8 caution. But having those laps on those tires right now, they're not helping their calls any. I think I would have came in and put 4 tires on that thing and just went out there and tried to race for the lucky dog or a quick caution or something like that. But these guys are just going to get left by these leaders with 4.
Yeah, I was looking right there too, Kevin. Look right behind Brian Lee. I missed how they come off a pit road, I guess, but that 27 of Dale Reynolds, he must have had one quick pit stop to get himself where he's at. Good pit strategy. Going to be shown right now in the second place position. But also looking at points, Kevin, with with tonight's early exit by Louis Bussa there, that'll be a 26-point gain as they run right now for Brian Lee. But unfortunately, like we said, it's too late to think about that now. But that's 26 points gained tonight for Brian Lee. But too little, too late, as they would say, I guess.
Yeah, you look at it, like you said, if that would have happened in the last race, we were looking at least a 20-point swing last race, and here we are with this one. With bad luck getting the three getting involved in that wreck earlier. So, who knows what could have been. We could have been coming here looking at single digit from first to second. But like we said, that's why they raced the race, and nothing's given, that's for sure.
That's exactly it there, Kevin. You got to race the race. And for some of these guys, they're out here, running as many laps as they possibly can, just like we say, to stay inside that top 35 of points. There's a lot of guys will run those cars with beat all to heck, just so they can make sure to stay inside that top 35, so that they can ensure that they get to race next year, because first 5 races you're pretty much protected as long as you finish the top 35 for the season for next year. Don't have to worry about qualifying your way in as we come down and get the green flag here. And looks like everyone got off to a pretty good start here, but Brian Lee really got a jump up there, Kevin.
Yeah, he did. He was another one, looked like he shot out of a cannon there. Yeah, the 27 battled back inside of the 78 there, but either the 27 was falling asleep at the wheel there, or the 16 got a really good jump there. And this is the first time we've seen the 27 out front all night. He's gotten through all that caution stuff and all the accidents and everything else, so we're going to see what that 27's got for the long haul.
Yeah, and if you look right behind them, Kevin, we got 3 wide with the 4, the 83, and the 47 back here. They are battling it out coming off the 4 with 3 wide for the 9th, 10th, and 11th place position. But, these guys are still 2 and 3 wide all the way back through the pack right here. As you got Richards down low of Bright right there. You got the 83 of Timmy St. Jean looking underneath right behind him. Darren Binge moving underneath the 48 here. So it's, cars all over the place trying to get what they can on these fresh tires. As most of them have seen now, we got the lone green flag run in, just what those cars can do, and know they got to make what they can when they can, Kevin.
That's it. And the 48, man, I'm telling you what, boy, he has got some steam under the hood of that car, Doug. I watched him come down the straightaway right there, and he looks like he wants to push it 3 wide here. Got the 06 on the outside, the 15 down low, the 3 wide on the front stretch here. Make that the back stretch. The 15's going to let out just a little bit here, and the 48 just drives it down, so he is flexing some muscle. Look at that gaggle behind him, Doug.
Holy cow, I thought we were about to go 5 wide there, Kevin. This was getting crazy.
Wow, these guys are just going at it. Like we said, the first 5 or so laps are going to be absolutely insane. As the 47's going to make it 3 wide, 4 wide, Doug.
The 06 Partridge gets into the wall. Looks like he's going to lose a position or 2 there. The 15 and the 4, as we got some contact right there, but everybody gets through okay. That was a hair-raising moment right there as Christian Vasquez was about to get taken out right there, Kevin, through no fault of his own.
God, these guys, man, I tell you what, as the 47 is right up on the back of the 15, these guys are racing like it's Martinsville, Doug, and we're not even halfway through yet.
Yeah, they are, Kevin. I tell you what, it's Babb now. Jimmy Babb looking underneath the 47. They touch a little bit right there, getting down into the corner right behind Darren Binge as they are really working each other over. Babb backs off a little bit and ducks back in line behind Richards as they head down the back stretch here. And it looks like he's going to try to make another move right here, but he decides to back in as the 47 really pulls up on the back of 15 of Darren Binge right there through the corner too. And they're starting to make a little steam up on the 4 car of Dennis Wright right there in front of them.
Yeah, back there, the 44 is in the wall, drug the whole front stretch just about into the wall as the 12 goes underneath of him. And here's a guy we ain't talked about all night long, Doug. We've not said one word about this, the 34. He's riding around there in 15th place, got the 88 of Ed Wilson behind him. We haven't said anything about the 34. And talk about a guy that led the points just about all year long. And not having the chase that he wanted this year either. Had some bad breaks, got caught in some wrecks, some mechanical issues and stuff like that. But he's going to have a solid finish this year. and looking to get a win here tonight.
You know, Kevin, if you're over there in the in that 34, you know, if you're in the camp of the 34, Ben Britton, you're kind of scratching your head at this point in the season, going, you know, what do we got to do? What do we got to change? Because, you know, this is second year in a row. I mean, if we go into the 2012 season, Ben Britton led the points almost the entire year with steady, consistent finishes, and then gets into the chase, and it just everything seemed to fall apart. Come back, regroup for the 2013 season, and just like you said, fought the entire year, swapping back and forth, first, second, with Brian Lee for the points position. Gets into the chase once again, and seemed like everything just kind of went south once again for him. So you got to kind of scratch your head if you're in that camp, you know, wondering what do we got to do for next year.
Yeah, and the biggest thing, you know, that's some people are so have fought so hard against the chase, and some people are, you know, feel that the chase should be, you know, thrown out. You know, it's like a divided community. You talk, half the people love the chase, half the people don't. They don't think it awards consistency. And we all know those, you know, those bonus points you get for the wins during the season. That's basically what the difference was for the 34. Like you said, a model of consistency all year long, him and the 16. But when it comes down to it, you know, the 3 had more wins and got those bonus points. So as we see the 48 just motor around the 23, and this was right about what we saw last time, Doug, that 48 started taking off.
Yeah, that it is, Kevin. You know, that 48, he's got a good car on the short run and an even better car on the long run right now. And he's got that car set up as it looks like he's starting to chew away at that second place car of Dale Reynolds. That gap between them is starting to shrink also now that he's got around Frankie Samanto. So, you know, he's got to be setting his sights now at this point on the run, saying, okay, the car's starting to come to me. It's starting to run like it should be and what I know it can. So, you know, he's got to start looking at how many laps is it going to be before he gets up there with Lee and challenges for the lead now.
Yeah, he just ran a 31.3, and looking at the 27 right in front of him, he just ran a 31.4. So, and actually almost 2/10 difference there. So the 48's about 2/10 faster than the second place car. And if we go up and look at the speeds for the 16 car, he's running a 31.5. So the 48 car is, you know, about 2/10 faster than both of these guys. So, you know, we were just talking about it. This is right about where his car kicked in and took off last time. So look for it to happen. But also on that long green flag run, we also saw the 16 run the 48 back down. So, you know, maybe the 16's kind of you know, playing a little cat and mouse here and see what he can, the 48 can do, make him burn his stuff up a little bit and then pull off. But we'll find out because that 48 is coming.
Yeah, that 48 is definitely coming, and he's pulled up really, he's right up to the back bumper almost now of Dale Reynolds, about a 2-car length gap right there. Cut that down to about 1 right there through the corners. So, you know, that 48 machine of Travis McKinney is definitely motoring towards the front right now, and, you know, it looks like the car is very stable underneath and gets into the corner good, gets off the corner good. So, you know, this car keeps getting better, it seems like, throughout the run, and, you know, he's really putting a lot of good lap times down right now. And looking at it, it looks like to me, Kevin, as he's starting to put the pressure on Dale Reynolds, Reynolds has kind of picked the pace up a little bit and cut that lead of Brian Lee's down too. It's about 0.3 of a second right now as McKinney is starting to move around the track a little bit, Kevin, as it looks like he's trying to find another way, you know, to get around this track so that he can start setting up these guys in front of him.
And we've seen this so many times, you know, not so much on the short tracks. We know that's basically a chassis that's set up there. But, you know, these tracks where aero is so dependent, we see guys run guys down. And then when they get up behind them, they can't really go nowhere because they lose the nose of that car. You get aero tight. You know, it looks like that's what happened to the 48 right now. He's got up to the back of the 27, and he just doesn't have enough air on that nose, you know, to make that car turn to the corner. So, you know, he's going to have to change his lineup a little bit. You know, file that, you know, away in the memory bank there and say, look, okay, this guy's beating me here and here and everything else, so I've got to make changes to this thing, you know, to make so I can pass in traffic. But, you know, going back through the field here and looking at 17th place, man, the 76 and 24 just made some contact right there, and the 76 was lucky to hold on to that one, Doug.
Yeah, they were running side by side there, Kevin, for about
Oh, the 12
3
spins. We
laps
got a caution.
straight, so
We got a
caution.
oh, and the 88 almost gets into the back of the 12. The 12 loops it, Doug. We got caution on the speedway.
Yeah, that's close call right there for Ed Wilson, as that 12 car of Jerry Hinkle kind of spins it. Also a close call for the 34 of Ben Britton, who was right underneath as that car came back around. But Ed Wilson, he had a real tight spot there. He had to get through right there to up on that high side, as he did not have a lot of room on that high side to get through. Hinkle moves down just at the last second, and the two of them did not get together, as looks like the 42 car too, Kevin, of Dan Pearl, who we saw involved in one of the incidents a lot earlier in the race. The engine has finally just expired on that, as Hinkle looks like it just kind of came around on him right there, getting down in the corner. May have had a little too much heat in that right rear tire, Kevin.
Yeah, these guys, we saw it, beginning of these runs, they get all the newness off of them and then try to settle in. Like I said, the 12, not having a great season. Was probably, just excited to be up inside that top 15 there, and probably just got in just a little bit too hard for a couple laps, because these tires will go through cycles, and you can run them hard for a couple, and then you got to cool them off for a couple, and just back and forth like that. So 12 just having a tough year, and I hate to see him loop it in front of the field like that. But, those guys will bounce back next year. Like you said, they had a really good year at the beginning and just kind of backed into the chase. So, they'll file this one away, too, and, know what not to do. It's tough, Doug. We come here once a year, and these guys are so used to running some of these tracks. We run some of these tracks 2 times a year. If they ran bad the first year, they know what they need to fix it that second time. You got one shot here.
Yeah, that's for sure, Kevin. You only get one shot. But, we got a quick break in the action here. Let's talk about tonight's sponsor, Kevin, the Brothers in Arms Foundation. They are a foundation that was founded back in 2009. They're a volunteer and veteran-operated nonprofit organization that provides financial and logistical support to disabled veterans, active duty, and immediate family members of Marines and corpsmen who've been critically wounded or fallen while serving within the Special Operations community in the United States Marine Corps. They were originally established to provide immediate support for 4 wounded Marines and their families after sustaining near-fatal injuries in Afghanistan back in 2009. And now they've moved on. They support multiple active duty Marines, corpsmen, and veterans throughout the country. They provide assistance with travel, relocation, also medical needs, and child care that's not covered by military and its related insurance, and support modification of homes that better facilitate the needs of disabled veterans and active duty servicemen. So, great organization helping out our veterans out there. So definitely want to send a definite big thank you out there to the Brothers in Arms Foundation for helping support NuffWORLD over here tonight, sponsoring tonight's Brothers in Arms Foundation 400. So thank you to those guys, and for all that they do to serve the veterans of, the Marine Corps, especially this being the weekend after Veterans Day, after we paid such great tribute to our veterans out there.
And what a great foundation. Like you said, if it wasn't for these veterans out there, Doug, we wouldn't be able to sit here and do what we do, and these youngsters out here, along with some of these veterans out here we have driving too, wouldn't be able to do the same thing. So, they're just proof of why this is the greatest nation in the world, and taking care of their veterans right there, Doug.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Kevin. Veterans taking care of veterans, taking care of the, some of the needs of, a lot of times some of those needs, just like it talks about in their thing there, child care services, stuff like that kind of gets overlooked, throughout the, once a veteran gets wounded, there's a medical care and there's other things like that, but, trying to make changes on their houses and their homes, making it wheelchair accessible and such as that, and also child care services. That's something a lot of times you don't really think about, but this foundation helps take care of for wounded veterans.
Yeah, like I said, we cannot say enough about the foundation. I mean, like you said, it's not like a broken record, but they make it possible for taking care of these guys that take care of us as a nation, Doug. And I can't think of a better organization to stand behind, that's for sure. We really appreciate your support in this race tonight.
Exactly, Kevin. Really appreciate, them coming on board with us, helping us out, and for all that they do. Like you said, we can't say enough, about the veterans here. Like you said, Kevin, there is no way we'd be able to do what we do here in America and have the country we do without the veterans. So we've got to definitely take care of those who've helped taking care of us. So great to have those guys on board, and great to have them as a sponsor of tonight's race. But I tell you what, looks like Reynolds, Kevin, getting back to the action here, looks like he gets out of the pits and takes over that #1 position with Travis McKinney right there in second place.
Yeah, I was watching him come off the pit road there. They were battling the 48 coming off. It is the first time we've seen the 27 in the lead tonight. We had kind of a bad restart there last time. I don't know if he just fell asleep behind the wheel a little bit or spun the tires or just missed a shift. But I'm looking for the 78 to start flexing some muscle here pretty soon, Doug, as we get ready to take the green flag here. I think he's due. I think the youngster's been sitting there saving his car all night long, and I would not be surprised to see him lead a couple laps here. As, man, the 27 gets a good shot. The 48, gets a bump from the 16, and the 48 is just going to dive it way down on the bottom of that corner. It's a drag race coming down to 2. As they head down the backstretch, the 27's not going to let the 48 in there, as it's a drag race to 3, Doug.
Yeah, exactly, Kevin. We talked about the last restart. It looked like Reynolds may have been asleep at the wheel. It might have been McKinney asleep at the wheel that time, but Brian Lee giving him a little shot in the rear end, saying, "Hey, Bubba, time to wake up. Let's go," and looks like McKinney gets around Reynolds there, coming up out of 4, puts a slide move on, and takes the lead right there. I don't think Reynolds is going to stand for that, as he's going to try to flex it up on top there and try to get a run back off this corner, but looks like McKinney's going to pull away a little bit.
Yeah, and a 48 it's just, he can get back to the throttle so much quicker than everybody else around him. And right now he's got the benefit of clean air out there. So he's already starting to step away from the 27 a little bit. Look at him to open it up some. But the 16, I think, as far as the top 5 cars right now, is the best out of this group. We've seen him be able to run the 48 down. So we'll see what happens. 27, he looks about like a second or third place car tonight. I don't know if he's got the muscle to hang with a 48, but he could just be laying there as a sheep in wolf's clothing, as you say, Doug.
Yeah, that's exactly it. He could be. It looks like the 16 of Lee gets up into the wall right there and is having a hard time getting that car back down off of it. Loses a few positions there, slips all the way back to 5th, and there's Gutierrez coming right up to the inside of him. Danny Gutierrez moving up, challenging for 5th place right now, running right on the back bumper. Also a Frankie Samato. So Gutierrez continuing to have a good run out here, very quiet and patient here tonight, and taking care of that car. But I tell you, look right behind him too. Young man we haven't talked a lot about tonight, that 91 machine, Jimmy Babb right there, is having himself a good run also. Kevin being very quiet.
Oh, the 83. The 83 lost it and got in the wall, and man was lucky to save that car, Doug, as everybody's scattering to get around him. Big time save on the 83 there. We'll get Buster to bring the replay up on that. He had his hands full, Doug.
Yeah, it seems like that wall's got a magnet on it right now, Kevin, as we just saw Lee up in there, and now we got Timmy St. Jean up into that wall. A lot of these guys, I don't know, maybe it's just the tire pressures aren't all the way up yet on these cars, and running out there close to that wall. We talked about it during pre-race. It can get real ugly real quick, as the 78 now working over the 16 of Brian Lee, gets around him. It's all kinds of a mess up here towards the front right now.
Yeah, it is. I'm sitting here looking at 10th, 11th, and you got the lap down car, the 76 there. Man, those guys are just going at it. As we saw the replay there, the 83, man had his hands full. It just broke loose right in the middle of the corner. So, can't help but think he's just waiting for the tire pressures to come up on that thing to get a little bit more stable underneath of him. He's running that low line like the 23 is running, and he's making it work there. But, somebody, we haven't said a whole bunch about tonight, except for being on the pole is the 4 car, Doug. He started on the pole, ran around top 3, top 4 most of the night, and he's kind of been stuck around that 10th place tonight. He got stuck a lap down, pitting early, and has battled back into the 10th spot right now. But really haven't seen him make much noise since the first part of this race.
Yeah, you're right about that, Kevin. He was up there. I mean, he got the pole, set a good time out there tonight. Kind of fading a little early there during the first 10 laps of the race, made it back to about 10. But, you know, then kind of, you know, got it back, ended up in the lap down right there, you know, because of the pitting early and such. But, yeah, he's been kind of quiet so far tonight throughout this long green flag runs. But currently finds himself, you know, back on the lead lap right now, running in the 10th place position. So, you know, we'll have to see what Dennis Wright can do tonight, you know, especially after starting the race up front on the pole there.
Yeah, there are some battles, Doug, all over this track. And I was just sitting there watching a battle between the 78 and I believe it was the 91. Man, they almost touched, got door to door there, and the 78 prevailed on that stuff. But just look at the 8 car. One of the fastest cars on the track right now, and he is stuck in 19th position, a lap down, and had such a good car at the beginning of this race. But, you know, we saw him fall almost 2.5 seconds off the pace before he blew that right front, Doug. So you got to wonder if this is suspension damage. You know, he had fender damage there. Usually you hit the wall that hard, you know, you make contact as hard as he did after blowing a right front like that. You bend it, you know, an A-arm or A-frame, or, you know, mess up the toe in, the toe out of that car and stuff. So he seems to be running pretty competitive. But if they haven't solved you know, the right tire issue on that, we'll be seeing him in the wall again.
Yeah, exactly that, Kevin. You know, like you said, he had some issues there earlier in the race. You know, he had a good, strong run at the very beginning. Then, you know, it seems like as we got into the long green flag runs that we just came off of, and track conditions changed a little bit, you know, it seems like he wasn't able to keep up with the track changes. Then blew out that right front, you know, put it into the wall, and, you know, had to have done some damage, I'm sure, you know, more than just visual, and it seems like he's paid for it ever since. But currently, you know, he's trying to make the best out of it that he can out here, being stuck, you know, a lap down right now at this point, but, you know, trying to battle back from that position. So, you know, he's definitely out there, you know, soldiering on, so to speak, and trying to make the best he can and try to get out of here tonight with a pretty decent finish. But, you know, right now, got a long way to go.
Yeah, and looking at the leader, he is about 1.5 to 2 faster than the entire field. Just watching the times here, he is now out to a 1.2 second lead over the second place car, the 27 of Dale Reynolds. And his last lap by, Doug, was a 31.5, so he's still running a pretty decent pace, you know, this far into a run. And looking back to the 27, he's basically mirroring that. He's a 31.549. Just about the same as the leader. And if we bounce back to the third place car, Danny Gutierrez, he's running a 31.577. So the top 3 cars right now basically are just mirroring each other in lap times.
You know, I'm looking right behind Gutierrez there in third position, Kevin, at Brian Lee. We talked about how strong that car was a little bit earlier, but I was watching about 2 laps ago when Gutierrez got around him. It seems like that car has went to the tight side on him as he continues to try to run on that high side. It seems like the car, he got into the wall again up there as he was running a 31.8, I think it was, last time by. But looks like that car has gone a bit to the tight side on Brian Lee, and he's had to move his line down a little bit now as he's trying to search around to make that car fast again, as he's not able to run that high groove that he was earlier after he's gotten to the laps a couple of times now.
Yeah, he's definitely not as fast as he was. And looking at battles, talking about battles all over the track, we've got the 47, the 34, and the 4. They are going at it, Doug. They're beating it, banging, coming off the wall. They are getting it done right here. You've got 9th, 10th, and 16th there battling.
Yeah, Ben Britton right there in 16th position, that 34 car. Dennis Wright up on the outside of him in 10th place in the 4. As he finally clears around Ben Britton. Looks like he's kind of running about the middle groove right here. Going to try to put a move on Jay Richards in that 47 car. So as they head down the backstretch there, a real good race going down the backstretch. But looks like Wright's able to get down on the inside around Richards. Looks like he should clear him here. Coming up off the corner as he does, moves Dennis Wright up into the 9th place position. So, you know, makes quick work of the 47 of Jay Richards right there.
Yeah, looking back through the field, Doug, one guy that just is not happy with his car is the 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr. Got up in the wall again. And like you said earlier, it's like a magnet when you get up in there. He got into that wall and couldn't get off of it. They've thrown just about everything at this car to try to tighten that thing up. But you know, I think it's along the lines of what happened to the 3. They got that damage there on that right side, and all their damage is right there on the right front nose, all down the passenger side of that car and the trunk area. And we know when that spoiler gets out of whack back there, you lose that downforce on the back of the car. So they've thrown everything that they can at this car. They're running about 3 or 4 tenths off the pace. And you know, Doug, when you're running 3 or 4 tenths off, you're going to get caught by the leader pretty darn quick. So they're trying to get back to the lucky dog. But right now, I just think they're just trying to get this thing handling good for the youngster right now.
Yeah, and I tell you, one of the guys we were talking about a little bit earlier there, Kevin, we talked about how he kind of faded back a little bit, but looks like he's starting to come on a little bit. That 4 car of Dennis Wright, we documented, you know, just a bit ago how he was fighting with Jay Richards to get up into that 9th place position. He is now almost chased down to 06 of Rod Partridge, who's up in the 8th place position, that 06 car. So, you know, Dennis Wright, looks like that car might be starting to come alive for him here, you know, 140 laps into this thing. He may have, you know, like I say, got into pits, got some adjustments made on that thing, finally got it called up to what the track is right now. So, you know, he restarted 11th on that last restart, picked up a couple of positions. So he's slowly starting to move his way forward a little bit, and he's got Partridge right there. He's got Christian Vasquez between himself.
Oh, he gets up
and
in the
Partridge.
wall.
Yeah.
Man, the 4 car, Doug, gets up in the wall. It's almost like we jinx these guys every time that we reel them in and spotlight them. Something happens there, but he recovers but loses a lot of ground to the 8th place car there.
Yeah, he did lose a lot of ground right there, and I tell you what, it seems like this car, a lot of these cars, you know, might be going a bit to the tight side right now, Kevin, as you know, as we got some smoke right there.
Oh,
Vasquez is around. Wow.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say, if you wanted to see the definition of loose, look at the 8 car. Man, I do not know how those guys got around him. Man, he was sitting right there in the racing groove, Doug. And kudos to the 4, man. They're looking up the spotter, letting them know, man, that was close.
Yeah, some of these guys are talking loose, but it looks like the ones who we've seen, yeah, Christian Vasquez down on the inside lane. That was kind of weird. You know, he got down around the inside. Looks like the car tried to come around with him there on the rear end. He overcorrected a little bit, went up the hill, put it into the wall. Dennis Wright, like you said, close call there for Dennis, as Vasquez now looks like he's looks like he's going to call it a night. He takes a hard left turn over into the garage area coming down pit road, so he may have done some damage to that A-frame altogether the first time, but he didn't. He definitely did that second time, Kevin, and is taking it behind the wall now.
Yeah, here's an interesting fact. We talked about the 48 a while ago, good to the middle of the run. You can kind of put an X through that, Doug. The 27 just knocked a half a second off of that lead. He's now 6 tenths back, and actually running now about 1.5 tenths a lap faster than the leader. He gained another tenth right there. So we're starting to see the 48 fall off a little bit. You know, as the attrition starts taking effect here with these other cars, the 48's got to be a little bit worried about that middle to long run range that his car's got there, as we see Reynolds knock off another tenth right there. So as we've got 14 cars on the lead lap right now, the 48 don't want to get caught short pitting just too early, because there's other guys that are a lap down will just leapfrog him. So you got to be careful about what you do for strategy here. Yeah,
that's for sure. You know, as we about found out there during the last green flag run, you know, he was one of those cars. He pitted a little earlier than what some of us, you know, thought would have happened. But, you know, found himself a lap down when, you know, the caution came out. And, you know, had he not been for, if he'd been another position he had lost out on the track, he wouldn't have had that lucky dog, so it could have changed his race altogether. So, you know, definitely got to kind of be concerned about that if your tires are wearing a lot faster than others, and, you know, you have to pit earlier than others.
Yeah, it's you know, it's a fine line. You know, you want to try to get an advantage. But with so many cars a lap down right now, you pull off and try to get an advantage on tires and all that. And as we've seen, you know, these cars, we've only had one, I believe, one green flag stop, maybe not even that. We've seen where, you know, besides the guys that are short pitting. but we've seen, you know, not everything go to a full cycle here, so you got to be concerned about getting on pit road that early, going a lap down, and then you battle those other guys. And as far as a wave round, I don't think that's in your future unless you've come in and only run 2 laps on those tires. So a lot of decisions to be made here by the 48 about what they're going to do here. Yeah, yeah, you were just saying, Doug, I mean, the 27 is just chewing away at that lead.
Yeah, he's pulled to about 0.3 of a second, less than 4 tenths, about 3.5 tenths or so, Kevin, as he's really reeling in that 48 machine of Travis McKinney. I was just about to say, too, McKinney had just gotten around the 24 car of Chuck Garcia, who's currently running in the 13th place position. So just like you were saying there about lap down traffic and such, you know, we've got 12 cars left on the lead lap right now, and we've got a lot of cars out here running with damage from the early part of this race where we had so many cautions coming out right there. Guys were, you know, complaining about the cars being so loose, and, you know, several cars that end up getting collected and stuff that, you know, just innocent bystanders, so to speak, come into the corner and there's a car sideways. But Reynolds has really chipped into that lead now, under 0.2 of a second, and is still reeling him in. Looks like Reynolds has definitely got the better car right now, Kevin.
Yeah, right there, as we see, right in the center of the corner, the 27 is able to pick up the throttle a little bit quicker than the 48, and that allows you to carry all that speed down the front stretch. You know, I mean, that's where, and the 48's not even going to waste time, Doug. He's just like, look, you caught me. We're going to battle side by side, and we're going to end up pulling a third-place car right here. He's just going to pull down, let the 27 take the lead and tuck in. That's smart racing. As we've seen on so many of these tracks, especially the mile and a half, Doug, you get racing somebody side by side, you're going to pull the next cars right up to you. So, you know, you got to be smart here. He knows the 27 is a little bit quicker than he is. He's going to settle in. Now, what's the 48 going to do for our strategy? Because, Doug, the last time we saw this, the 48 hit pit road.
Yeah, you're exactly right about that, Kevin. And yeah, I was sitting there watching as you were talking about that. It's almost a strange thing, so to speak. McKinney done, you know, the gentlemanly thing right there. He pulled down, you know, let the 27 of Reynolds go. Didn't even try to fight him for that position. But it's almost kind of weird when you look at it on the track where the guy pulls to the low side to give you the preferred line. You know, at most tracks, like we talked about in pre-race, this one's totally different, kind of like a Darlington. You know, most tracks, that low line is your preferred line that everybody wants, you know. That's the one everybody's trying to fight for. But when you come to this track, a guy wants to let you go. He pulls to the inside and gives you the high side, you know, as we see Reynolds, you know, working over Kevin Kelly Jr. right now, putting him another lap down. Kevin Kelly Jr. currently running in the 17th place position, just has not been able to overcome that loose condition tonight, Kevin. He just seems like he's still battling with it as he gets up into the wall right there, coming off of turn 4.
Yeah, saw the 48. It was almost like the 87 followed the 48 up there. He got up in the wall there. And, you know, the 27 has showed something that I really haven't seen out of many cars. He's basically stayed right there, that same line the whole race. Haven't seen him get on the wall. Haven't seen him get loose. And here down on pit road, I'm hearing that basically they started out this race a lot tighter than a lot of other cars on pit road. So, I mean, Doug, that might be the answer. I mean, maybe these guys that set these cars up really snug at the beginning know they're going to free up. And maybe that's what's happening with the 27 here. But I'll tell you what, that 48, he's not going away.
No, he's definitely not going away. He's still giving it a fight. He's staying there. He's definitely not giving up easy. Reynolds has got about a little over 0.3 of a second on him right now. McKinney's still got, you know, by all means, McKinney's still got a good car underneath him. It just isn't running, you know, the speeds it was at the beginning of this run. But Reynolds, you know, just hasn't fell off, Kevin, as much as what McKinney has during this run. Both of these two are still the fastest two by any means, you know, out there on the track. But tell you what, race fans, let's take a short commercial break here, and then we'll be back with live action here from Homestead Miami Speedway in tonight's Brothers in Arms Foundation 400, presented by NuffWORLD TV. And welcome back live here to Homestead Miami Speedway for tonight's presentation of the Brothers in Arms Foundation 400, presented by NuffWORLD TV. And as we're way to break, things stayed the same up towards the front. Dale Reynolds still maintains about a 0.4 of a second lead over second place Travis McKinney. 160 laps now into the book, about 107 to go. And, still a lot of racing to go on out here, folks, so definitely stay tuned with us here as, things are really getting interesting here as, pole sitter tonight was Dennis Wright, currently running back in the 8th place position, still trying to keep up with the track, but, a lot of these guys, we currently got 12 cars left on the lead lap. 12th place is our final car on the lead lap right now. The story of the night, though, Kevin, has kind of been attrition. We've got a lot of cars because of the way everything started out. Guys were really getting on it, getting after it early, and it's caused quite a bit of attrition out here tonight.
And we're looking at like 11 cars DNFing tonight because of mechanical failure. A lot of it was due to that the lap 8 caution. A lot of cars took on some damage there. But you know what, Doug, why don't we try to go through the field here, and I'm going to bounce back, and I'm going to go all the way. I'm going to start from the back to the front this time because, Doug, every time we start at the front on a go through the field, what ends up happening, the caution comes out.
Yeah, it seems like we jinx it every time, Kevin.
That's it. So going 21st, John Lawler riding around. He's 9 laps down, but you know what? He's finishing races. He's 21st. He's out there. He's doing the best that he can. One of those, teams that's, an underfunded team, but they're working on it. And John's out there running just as hard as he can. He's having a decent race. He's out there basically learning how to run these things. And then in 20th, we've got the 61 of Charles Payne, who, remember, Doug, at the beginning of this race was running up inside the top 10, was running real good, and he's one that got mixed up in that lap 8 caution crash there.
Yeah, exactly, Kevin. I tell you what, you talk about Lawler too. That 64. I want to reiterate something. Go back to him for just a second. Talked about a little bit earlier. Guys who are kind of underfunded teams, and started the year out a little rough. He's currently running with the Sinners and Saints Motorsports team right now. He was picked up about halfway through the year, but started off as a solo act, so to speak, this year. No team affiliation. And Lawler, you talk about having something to run for. Had a rough start to the year and such, but right now sits 30th place in the point standings. And we talked about a little bit earlier, trying to stay inside that top 35. Prior to starting off next year. That's what Lawler's out here. Those consistently, maybe not consistent great finishes, but consistently finishing those races. He's going to find himself in that top 35, guaranteed to start races for next year. He's got guys biting right behind him, such as Travis McKinney, Joshua Biddle, Paul Hahn, Charles Payne, some of those guys, to round out that top 35. So, he's definitely fighting for something here, even though, he may not be fighting for a win. He's got something to lose here.
Yeah, exactly. And that top 35 is such an important thing. Like I said at the beginning of the race, the first 5 races, you're in the top 35, you're in. So, it's not like, a lot of these guys are not racing for anything. Of course, they're out here having fun, but they're looking forward to next year. And it's so funny. We're sitting here, in November, the middle of November, Doug, and guys are already making plans for next year. We've got, teams being announced for next year. We got guys leaving, successful teams going to startup teams and vice versa and all that. And it just shows the level of competition over here at the VSU Cup Series. These guys, there's guys out here auditioning for new teams. They're starting new teams. We've got new drivers registering every day. So, I mean, there's a lot going on here. And just think, in about 2.5 months, Doug, is Speed Weeks. So there's not a whole lot of time taken off.
Yeah, and I tell you, Kevin, we sit here talking about, next season. One of the things, just kind of throw a quick plug in here. One of the things I'm really looking forward to here in NuffWorld during this upcoming off season, December the 7th, live broadcast. The ladies of NuffWorld are going to take on the track. I am looking forward. I think that's going to be a very interesting race in and of itself, too.
Yeah, it is. I can't wait to see how some of these girls, I believe it's going to be like a 40-lap shootout. So I can't wait to see how these gals get out here. Hell, they might drive better than some of the guys out here. So very excited to see what's going to happen with that for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely going to become a interesting race. And for those of you, watching right now who maybe aren't a member of us over on Facebook, it's going to be a December the 7th, live broadcast. The ladies of NuffWORLD going to do a quick 40-lap shootout over on the high banks of Daytona. Going to be a night race. Fixed setups for these ladies. It consists of wives, girlfriends, daughters, even mothers of racers over here, in the NuffWORLD. So, I'm looking forward to this. It's going to be the Nuffettes Drive 40 Cure for Diabetes. As I hear Dennis Wright, the number 4 car, has hit pit road. So that's something kind of looking forward to, during the off season there, Kevin. But to get back to what we were talking about there, up in 20th position right now, that's 61 of Charles Payne. That's another one. He started out with kind of limited schedule this year, but has turned into a full-time driver out here. Currently running around in about 5 laps down. Had a rough start to the night, but currently shown in the 20th place position.
Yeah, and he, like you said, he was one of those ones that got wrapped up in that lap 8 incident there. Up in 19th, that's been well documented. The 87 has just had a horrible night. The car seemed pretty decent to him, and when they got into that wreck on lap 8, there's a lot of other guys. It totally messed the balance up on that car. So a long night, even longer as they go 3 laps down to the field here. The 12, Jerry Hinkle riding around in 18th, 3 laps down also. We pretty much documented his night. I think that last spin pretty much did in his car. I don't think he has the confidence in that thing as we see him get in the wall on a straightaway. So, just more issues for that 12 right there. And here's one guy we talked about earlier, and he's kind of got this little pack thing going on right now with the 27, trying to keep from going another lap down. The 88. The 88 just passed the 27 back to get one of those laps back. So the wheels kind of fell off that wagon, so to speak, there for the 88. Not the run that they wanted to have. And his teammate, the 24, in 16th, right in front of him. He had to spin back about 35, 40 laps ago and not been able really to recover from that. Wow, the 76 gets really loose in front of the 88. As the 88 is going to ride down low and take that position away there. So a lot of comers and goings tonight, Doug, and a lot of guys that thought they were going to come out of here with good finishes are riding in the back.
Yeah, and like you said, Kevin, guys coming and going, 15th position right now. Dennis Wright in that number 4 machine, who we documented, started out tonight's TV Creative Designs Pole Award winner. Just came back out of pits, moves himself up into 14th position now after getting around Joshua Biddle there, who's hitting pit road, currently working against Dale Reynolds and the 47. Wow, just shows a difference right there of how much speed you got with new tires, on how quickly he caught up on those guys. But makes a move, gets down around them, and shoots through the middle there. Great job by all 3 of those guys to make that work. But Dennis Wright, like I say, on those fresh tires, making his way back through the field right now. Currently shown one lap down, so trying to fight his way back.
Yeah, and one of those cars, we got the 83 in 9th, the 15 car of Darren Benge in 8th, and the 23, Frankie Smato Jr. there in 7th. He was a guy that was up there contending earlier, Doug, and he is now riding around about 10 seconds back in 7th place. So he's still riding that low line around and riding up high. He's not been up there with the wall riders, been taking care of that car. So, he's doing what he has to do, but, I've not seen him back up inside that top 3, at least for the last 100 laps. So we're going to see. Getting back to the leaders real quick, because we were going through this field, we really didn't see the 27, Doug, stretch that out like we thought we would. The 48 kind of hung tough, and he's been hanging around that 3/10 mark behind the 27. So maybe the 20, as we see the 48 just getting ready to come to pit road, Doug.
Yeah, he's giving signals that's heard across the radio. Him and the crew chief speaking. The 48 is heading down pit road. He peels off, takes that left, and I'm also hearing across the radio now that Reynolds is planning on pitting too, possibly next time by. So top two cars, one already on pit road and the other talking about coming in the next lap or so. But of course, if you're Reynolds, and McKinney's able to keep with you like that and really hasn't been able to get away from him, you definitely know you got, if that second place machine gets in there, you've got to get in too, because we seen just a moment ago with Dennis Wright just how much of a difference new tires are going to make.
Yeah, you're right. And the 48s on pit road, they're putting the right side tires in. They dropped the jack. They're running around the left side. Second can of fuel going into that car. They're dropping the jack and waiting on that fuel. Kind of a slow stop, but the 48 is off pit road. Looks like with no issues. It's the 27's coming in.
Yeah, the 27 coming down pit road right now, pulling into a stall. As he comes off, that'll give Danny Gutierrez the lead out there on the track in the #1 position right now. So, but looks like McKinney got off pit road. Doesn't look like any issues, any speeding penalties of any sort. So he's coming down that long groove we talked about right there. But Reynolds now pulling off a pit road, coming down pit road. So it looks like a smooth stop there. But looks like, the 48 got slowed down a little bit there by the 23 of Frankie Samanto right there, Kevin.
Yeah, and that's what we talked about with pit road. You've got guys with with old tires and guys with fresh tires, and it's so the closing rate is so alarming with these things with 4 fresh tires on it. So as we see the 27 pull out, he's trying to get up to speed, and what do you know? They come off the track, Doug, basically in the same spot as they were, racing each other. But we got a lot of these guys out here. I don't know how long they can ride around with these old tires. As we see the closing right there with the 27, Doug. I mean, they just are clearly so much faster than cars with these old tires on there.
Yeah, exactly. That was interesting too. Reynolds takes it up on the high line, gets around the lap down car, and then McKinney kind of gets trapped there for a little bit, shoots down to the low side to get around them, so they split one of the lap cars. So, but these guys, that kind of shows, like you say, Kevin, the closing rate right there. They currently, both of those cars shown, the top 2 cars 1 lap down, but it won't be long. They'll both be back on the lead lap as McKinney is taking the inside. As Reynolds is up on the outside, they go 3 wide to go around Chris Melton, who's currently running at second. That was a close call right there for Reynolds at number 27.
Yeah, it was. And, I think the 27 probably said, you know what? The 48 got away from me a little bit there, and it took me a few laps to run him back down. But, that was a close call with the 78 there. The 78 was probably like, I don't know where I need to go, so maybe I'll just stay in the middle. But look at the closing rate, Doug.
Yes, they move it up on, well, I was going to say moving up on, but they go right on around Danny Gutierrez, who gets held up behind Richards right there as he was trying to let the guys go with the newer tires. So put both of those cars back up on the lead lap, with the leader hasn't been down pit road yet. So Gutierrez may have the lead, but they're going to be able to put a lot of distance between themselves and Gutierrez, who was running back in 3rd position, Kevin, before these two hit pit road. So with the gap they open up here, that means, they possibly could put Gutierrez about half a lap down by the time he actually hits pit road.
And this is what we talked about. Once you see those guys pass you and you're the leader, you got to hit pit road. The longer you stay out here, the further back you're going to fall. And we see the 48, man, he is stretching it out on the 27. We've seen this show before, though. We've seen the 27 be able to run him back down. Again, Doug, we saw guys not being able to run the full fuel run. They came in for tires as the 48 ducks below the 06 there. So, a lot of tracks we run these things just about out of gas and they'll come in. Here, I guess they're running out of tires. So, fuel mileage is not going to be an issue, I don't think, here tonight. It's going to be tire mileage, Doug.
Yeah, it would definitely be interesting, I think, Kevin, to see these guys just how bad the tires would be at the end of a full fuel run here. That would be something interesting. I would like to see the tires that came off of that if they run these things dry here, because we've documented this place is rough on tires as Reynolds and, McKinney continue to kind of stretch things out and try to catch up. Currently, they're showing 28 and 29 seconds behind the leader, Danny Gutierrez, who still has not hit pit road, which I think if I'm crew chief on that 08 machine, I'm already yelling about get down pit road right now, because they're going to lose a lot of time here on those 2 leaders. The longer they stay out here, they're just losing time realistically on the leaders by the time they pit, Kevin.
Yeah, and wow, the 76. Oh, he's trying to hold on to it. Man, I don't know how he saved that car, Doug. That was a mess waiting to happen right there. That could have been the break the 08 was looking for to get on pit road. But I'm telling you what, we could get Buster to pull up the replay of that 76. He had his hands full for the whole entire corner, Doug. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was definitely, that young man definitely had his hands full. That car was going every which way. It went left, right. You know, he had his hands busy in the wheel of that car. I guarantee you that. But I tell you what, like we said, you got looks like Jimmy Babb in that number 91 machine has been able to maneuver himself around the number the 16 of Brian Lee as we look at the replay here. That car of Biddle was really out of shape
and they
right
make
there.
contact. The 08 and the 76 make contact on the front stretch. And those guys are teammates, Doug. I mean, this is crazy.
Just goes to show, you know, there's no, it's every man for himself, so to speak, out here tonight. Nobody has, and I hate to say it in those words, there's nothing to lose for anybody out here tonight. We already know when we got here, Kevin, who the champion was. There was no denying that, so it was all about pride and getting that W tonight. So, you know, there's no love lost out here for anybody tonight. It's every man for himself. Get all that you can. As we see the leader, Gutierrez, heading down pit road as Jimmy Babb decides to follow him also in that 91 machine. So 2 more cars heading down pit road, and those are pretty close to the last cars that were still out there running, Kevin. So we finally got ourselves, it looks like a full cycle of pit stops here under green flag tonight.
Yeah, we're still seeing the 78 to 23 here, trying to get every last ounce out of those tires. But I got to believe they got to be getting on pit road soon. As we see Reynolds, the 27 is only 13 seconds back from the 23, who is still out there on the track. So you do the math. If you're running a second and a half faster than a guy out there with old tires, as we see him just chew right in that lead again. So the 23 is just hanging out there hoping for a caution. But man, those guys are just slaying away at the seconds on, the tenths on that lap. I mean, they're just knocking almost a second and a half a lap. And the 23's got to be coming in soon. Or, Doug, could he be thinking that this thing could go green and he's setting himself up for a fuel run at the end?
That could be a possibility, Kevin. But I tell you what, interesting turn of little moment there on pit road for Danny Gutierrez in that 08 as Jimmy Babb was coming into his pit stall, you know, which is right in front of the 08 machine. Kind of slid it in there, locked the front tires up, got in there a little sideways, and you know, looked like he was about to block the 08 in. But turns out he had slid through the pit stall, past the white line, so had to back it back up. Cost Jimmy Babb quite a few costly seconds there on pit road, getting that car back into his pit stall. The 08 was lucky, you know, he didn't get blocked in altogether right there the way it originally started out. But the 16 and the 83 I hear are heading down pit road right now. So, you know, 2 more cars heading on the pits now.
Yeah, and these guys, I think, waited just a little bit too late to come on pit road. Like I said, unless they think this thing is going to go green all the way, and they are setting themselves up for the end of the race. But just watching a while ago, just the difference. The 23 had a 7-second lead on the 48. He just made up 2 seconds in 1 lap. Not sure, like I said, Doug, we haven't seen a complete fuel run here yet. So, you know, I'm like you, Doug. I want to see what these tires will do at the end of a fuel run. But right now, I'm looking at the 48, and I tell you what, he is pouring the coals on the fire because he has moved away from the 27 by almost 2 seconds.
But I tell you what, I'm looking back here in 4th position, Kevin. Kind of a bit of a surprise right now. Guy, we talked about him probably about 70 laps ago. Hadn't made a whole lot of hayway there, so to speak. You know, after winning the pole tonight, but currently shown in 4th place position looks like he's been employing a good bit of pit strategy here, and it's working out for him. Dennis Wright currently riding around in the 4th place position, still on the lead lap right now. So, you know, this pit sequence kind of worked out for Dennis Wright. Moves him up into the 3rd place position now as more cars head down pit road. So Wright made him and the crew chief made a few decisions there, getting on the pit road and getting back off the pit road, and, you know, has been able to pick up a lot of valuable track position because of pit road calls.
And he could probably be the one set up best by just going green flag. I got to think he's probably going to be back in probably about 10 or 15 laps from now. So he's still going to have pretty decent tires left by the time the leaders have to come in and everything else. So this might play right into the Forest hands. Maybe, you know, they did the math and worked this thing backwards and said, hey, if it goes green, we can make it all the way here. The only thing that I'd be concerned about is when you go a lap down, you've got to get on pit road. You can't ride around once you go a lap down and, you know, go a lap and a half or whatever. You got to get on pit road. You know you're going to go 2 laps down at that point, but I think the tires can overcome it where he'll be right back in the situation he's in right now. These guys are running 31.4s, 31.5s, and you know, he's 27 seconds back, so he's got about 3 or 4 seconds to play with right now. But you better believe when that leader starts breathing down his neck, he's going to have to hit pit road to make that strategy work.
Oh, that's for sure, Kevin. And I'll tell you another one we documented a little bit earlier. The 08 of Gutierrez may have stayed out there a little too long, possibly running on that last cycle. You know, Gutierrez is 29 seconds down to the leaders right now. So, you know, he may have waited too long, but I'm hearing across the radio that Gutierrez was playing pit strategy right there because he has the feels that he has the fuel and tires right now to make it the rest of the way, which that's a bold prediction in my opinion. You know, that's still another 68, 69 laps to go from this point, but doesn't feel like they need to be back on pit road again. They say they're good to the end.
Well, you know what? It's one of those deals where we talked about this is the last race. The points are pretty well settled where they are. We do have some team, you know, battles going on, the team competition and stuff like that, but why not, Doug? You know, go out here. It's the last race of the season. Go out here and roll the dice a little bit and gamble on that. You know, you might be just a little, you know, the only bad thing about it, I think it's going to hinder the 08 coming out of here with a win for that is that he's going to give up so much time to these leaders as we're watching right now. He's 27, saying they're almost 27.5 seconds back. If he can maintain that, I think he'll be okay. But the laps that the 48 and the 27 are putting down right now, it's going to be tough to beat that.
Yeah, no, you're talking about the 48 and the 27 right there, Kevin. Talking about them once again, Reynolds in that 27 machine has started eating away at that gap that Travis McKinney had on him a little bit earlier. He's got it whittled down to just over half a second right now. So Reynolds at this point of the run starting to come back on strong once again and starting to eat away at that lead that Travis McKinney has. So, you know, 65 laps left to go here. You know, these two are still the top 2 of the field, as third place Gutierrez, like you said, 27 seconds back. So looks like unless there's a caution that comes out, it's going to come down to these two right here.
Yeah, I think so. You got to be wondering, you know, how their fuel looks for the end of this race too. We've not seen either car run these things out right to the end, Doug. We've seen them come in because the other one short pitted. So, and we saw that with the 48. He came in early, and the 27 knew right off the bat, hey, I got to come in. And he came in the next lap, and that allowed these guys to stay right close to each other again. But like I said, we haven't seen these guys run their tanks dry, so to speak. So these other guys that came in the 08 saying that they can make it, I look at the stopwatch, and I'm looking right now, he's maintaining that 27.3 gap. If he can maintain that, Doug, he might be good if he can make it all the way. But if he slips up and lets those guys gain on him a little bit, all that strategy could be right out the window, as we actually see that time the 08 made up 2/10. So he's a little bit quicker than these guys. Maybe he's got it all figured out as the 48 gets way high up there in the corner going on the outside of 64.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And like I say, Reynolds is still eating away at that lead up here in the front. It's under 3/10 of a second now as they're working their way through lap traffic here. Got the Jay Richards up there just in front of them there. So, you know, they're right now, you know, yeah, like I say, the 08 Kevin right now has whittled it down a little bit more. He's under 27 seconds behind the leaders right now. So Gutierrez and that 08 machine is right now actually running quicker lap times than our two leaders are. So, you know, it could very well pay off. And just to kind of give you an idea, Kevin, of just how much this field is stretched out and the lap times they are running, the leaders are right now approaching Dennis Wright in the number 4 car, who is the 5th place car, now 1 lap down.
Yeah, what a turn of events. I mean, just the way the strategies are working out as we see the 27 pulling up right on the back of the 48. And again, Doug, we see where the 27 is better in the center off. Now, last time the 48 just pulled up and let the 27 go. Might be a little bit different of a story right now. I'm not sure that either one of these guys can make it on fuel. We haven't heard anything from pit road. The 48 is not pulling over like he did in the other run there. So he's going to make the 27 earn that position now. But, you know, we're hearing that they can run like 73 laps on fuel, and these guys were in before that, Doug. So,
yeah,
it's going to be close.
Yeah, so it's either coming in again or somehow or another finding a way to save a few laps of fuel here, Kevin. As I tell you what, it looks like these two leaders are just having a fit up there trying to get around Jay Richards at 47, as they are just having a heck of a time here. As I tell you what, Gutierrez in that 08, Kevin, is really, he's actually reeling in these leaders right now.
Yeah, he's down to 25.3. Started off the run at 28.3. So he's making ground up as a 48 to 27. And you know, wow, as the 27 gets right up to 47. But you know, the 48 did a smart thing right there, Doug. He used that 47 as a pick. He knew that the 27 was no way he was going to make the angle of that corner. So he just stayed there and probably irritated the 27 just a little bit. But, you know, the 48 used that 47 to an advantage. And probably, you know, helped cool his tires off a little bit. But these guys are going at it, and they ain't saving fuel, I can tell you that.
No, they are not saving fuel, Kevin. So that's going to be the interesting thing that plays out in the end, as Gutierrez now has it down to a under 24.5 seconds. So he's continuing to actually gain on the leaders right now, as he whittles it down. You know, that time as he came by the stripe to a 24.2. So Gutierrez definitely right now has the fastest car, as the 48 gets into the wall right there, Kevin.
Yeah, 48 just overdrove it just a little bit and got up in the wall and paid the price. As we've seen the 47 follow suit right behind him. The 87 had a good front windshield. That was thinking, oh no, not again. But the youngster gave him room, got him going as we got the replay, Doug. But that was close.
Yeah, that was a close, interesting moment there for the 48 of McKinney, who just takes it right up there, normal line, just like he had been driving, you know. And we documented it a little bit earlier, you know, during the last run. It seemed like he got a little bit tight right there towards the middle of his run. You know, as he was running up on the high line, had to adjust his line, bring it down about a groove off the wall there. But Gutierrez, as we're talking about that, drops that lead down now. He's about a 23.3 back right now, so he's continuing to gain about half a second a lap right now, Kevin, on the leaders. So Gutierrez has got that 8 car. He's definitely pouring the coals to it now.
Yeah, and this is crazy because now, you know, we're going to try and go up and down pit road and see if these guys can make it. But the 27 and 48 were not saving anything. And if the 08 is saying that he can make it on fuel, this is going to be crazy. And let me tell you something else. I'm going to see if I can get confirmation on this too. The 78 car, I think, pitted right around the same time that 08 did too. So could he be playing the same strategy, Doug?
He could be, Kevin. These guys may be banking on this thing staying green, and the leader's running out of fuel, as the 88 signaling he's going to be heading down pit road. So some of these guys that pitted extremely early here, the 24 and the 88 both on pit road right now, you know, who had pitted early during the last cycle are already starting to hit pit road again. So, you know, I got to think they wouldn't be out of fuel at this point, but, you know, I would be thinking, you know, tires have probably worn on those cars. They did pit a lot earlier than what these leaders did, so I'm sure within the next 10, 15 laps we're going to start seeing a lot more cars heading down pit road. And I understand you've been hearing some communications going on there with the 27 crew, Kevin?
Yeah, here in the 27 and the 48 both cannot make it to the end of this race. So gotta wonder, we talked about this, you know, the guy's pitting too early, you know, and putting himself into a corner, you know, painting himself into a corner, I should say. But hearing from the 27 crew and hearing rumors from the 48 that they cannot make it the rest of the way. So as we look right now, the 08 is now 22 seconds back, and he's saying he can make it. So if this ends up being what I think it's going to be, the 08 is sitting pretty, Doug.
Yeah, definitely can. You know, it could be a fuel mileage race before this is over with. But hearing from the crew chief, they think they can make it, but they're not 100% sure right now on the 08. But they think they can make it. So it's going to be interesting to see if there are no more cautions here, Kevin. This turns into a fuel mileage race. It'll be an interesting scenario at the end, because I can't remember a time when we've actually ran into a race that went green for a long period of time here at Homestead that turned into a fuel mileage race. So this may be a first for us here at NuffWorld, Kevin.
Yeah, listen, you know, it's crazy. You listen to the chatter on the radio and everything else back and forth. And they are sitting, the 27, they are on the fence. They're saying, you know, can you save me a couple here and there? They've been racing hard. You know, they're not getting the greatest fuel mileage as they were. Wow, the 48 almost gets into the back of the 06 there. 06 chases it up the hill. He's rubbing the wall, gathers it back up. They really need a caution. They're so on the fence, the 27 to 48, about making this. They don't believe that there's any way they can back up and save enough fuel to make this thing. So the crew chief right now, the 27, is telling him to back her down and try to save some fuel. But I'm just not sure that they can get it done, although he does have a 2.5-second lead.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to, and as a driver, it is so hard to hear those words, Kevin. Hey, I need you to slow down. I need you to not use so much fuel. And at the same time, especially if you're leading the race right now, those are words you don't want to be hearing coming from your crew chief that, hey, I know we've got the lead. Hey, I know we got a dominating car, but we might have to pit again and give this lead up, you know. So if you're Reynolds, you know, at the same time you're trying to think about that fuel, you've got to start thinking, you know, about saving that fuel, but you're trying to run a good race here too and keep that lead, or possibly stretch it out in case you do have to come in. As we see Brian Lee now in the 16 getting underneath Dale Reynolds, so that'll put Brian Lee back on the lead lap now. So that'll be 5 cars, top 5, all on the lead lap right now, which, you know, if a caution comes out, that could be a big difference maker right there for Brian Lee, as Dennis Wright, the 6th place car, the first car a lap down, is right behind Reynolds now.
You know, Doug, this is setting up to be the perfect storm. You know, we had all the cautions at the beginning of this race, and now this race is coming down to strategy and green flag racing. Because, you know, not only, you know, does the 27 and the 48 have to worry about the 08 and possibly the 78, now they have to worry about the 16. You know, he's, you know, got his lap back, and the 08 is 21 seconds back right now, and the 16 is making up time too. So, you know, either the 48 is slowing down, because I'm seeing him now 2.7 seconds back trying to save fuel, or the 27 is pouring it on. Not sure what's going on. They're kind of trading laps. Want to be a couple tenths faster one lap and want to be faster the next. As we see the 48 drop another tenth right there, he might be trying to save a little bit of fuel. But from what I'm hearing right now off of these two camps right now, they cannot make it. They're going to be a few laps short.
Yeah, and as you were talking there, Kevin, was watching that very interesting battle going on out here on the track, you know, two teammates, the 24 of Garcia, the 88 of Ed Wilson. You know, both of those guys over on Team UMFM. These two have been going at it for that 16th place position now for about 5 laps as Ed Wilson dives it back down to the inside of the 24 of Garcia once again, pulls it back up alongside as they drag race back down to the front stretch here, heading into the corner. Garcia likes that outside. Wilson says he loves the inside, so they're running the line that they both prefer right now. And these two, like I say, this battle still hasn't been settled, but they've been side by side, Kevin, for about 5 laps now, trying to fight it out for the 16th place position. And I'm wondering if someone should tell both of them, hey guys, you're 3 laps down, you know, you might want to take it together and keep going. But you can't tell these guys that, hey, it's every position counts out here.
That's it. We're hearing those two are good to the end. They're 3 laps down, so I don't think they're going to be much of a factor in, you know, as far as the top 5 is going to run. But, you know, they could probably sneak up and take some positions, you know, possibly even get a top 10 out of this thing. But, you know, getting back up to the front right now, 3.5 seconds is what the lead is by the 27. And the 08 has knocked it down, Doug, to under 21 seconds. He is there. Watching his lap times, I think he's on cruise control right now. He's not running lightning fast laps. In fact, his last lap was a 32.3, and he's pedaled it back quite a bit. And the fastest that he ran on that fuel run right there was probably like a 31.9. So he's actually, you know, he is saving fuel. And he's got nothing to lose. But, man, what a strategy. If that works out for him, that could be the move of the race for sure.
Yeah, that definitely could be exactly that. And, you know, that could be exactly the same thing McKinney may have been doing, just like you alluded to, Kevin. He may have been starting to go into fuel save mode a little bit earlier than what Reynolds did. And that may have been, you know, what that whole big jump that Reynolds had there for a little bit, getting a good-sized lead right now, over 3.7 seconds between McKinney and Reynolds. So he might have started going into fuel save mode maybe a little bit earlier than what Reynolds did. So, you know, both these guys may be doing exactly that, thinking about, hey, the end of the race is coming. I've got to, you know, put this thing on cruise control, kind of save a little bit of fuel. And, oh, by the way, while we're talking here, Kevin, you know, Gutierrez knocked it down to a 20.3 now, so he's still coming.
The only thing I could think of, maybe, Doug, is the 27. If he is pouring it on, the 48 is not really saving anything. Is maybe that 27 is just saying, look, you know what? I'm pretty much going to stay where I'm in the points too. I'm going to race this thing out. I know I ain't going to make it on fuel, but maybe I can get a caution, and that'll put everybody even.
Oh, the 48 is coming down pit road.
Yeah, 48's coming in early. And you know, I was going to say this a while ago, Doug. The only shot that I think that he had was maybe coming in earlier. Me personally, I think I would have come in a little bit earlier. That we know he's got pretty much what I call a halfway run car. He's good to about the halfway point, and that might have worked for him. He could have come out and run that thing just as hard as he could run it. Now, this is the thing: 2 tires, 4 tires, or what? I believe that one can could get it done here. It looks like they're going to take.
Too, Kevin.
Yeah, you know, it's monkey see, monkey do now. These guys, and this is what we've been waiting for the whole time, Doug. Where is the 08 going to come out? We know he's going to get the lead, but how much of an advantage? Now, did these guys come in enough with 37 laps? Can the 08 get away enough that those guys can't catch him? That's what's, you know, this whole thing relies on that strategy right there, is how much of a lead that they can get, or the 08 team can get on the 48 and the 27.
Yeah, the 08, matter of fact, right now is right behind Kevin. Oh, it's SoCal. The 08, Danny Gutierrez gets in the wall right there as he was trying to pass the 48 of Travis McKinney. That is going to be costly for Gutierrez, but I was just about to say the 48 was right in front of the 08 there when he came out of the pits, so he's got a pretty good sizable chunk. It's about 22.5 seconds from the leader back to Reynolds, currently in 7th the way they came out, so he was able to grab, well, it's a little over 24 seconds now as Reynolds has finally gotten up to speed. But, you know, he may have surmounted enough lead right there. 23 and 31 seconds over McKinney and Reynolds right there.
I think the one car he's really got to worry about is the 78. You know, has he been saving, or is, you know, he been running 3/4 throttle or whatever? Is the 08 is messing around with that wall? Definitely going to slow him down. He's going to have to, you know, get that thing straightened out and get a better line here around this track if he's going to do that. I think basically the only car he's really going to have to worry about is that 78. Now here's food for thought. We saw the 16 car go by the leaders early and do it pretty good. Now he's got a lot fresher tires than that 08 does. So we'll have to keep an eye on a stopwatch and see if the 16 can do anything time-wise with the 08. But if it rides out right now and he can keep this lead over the 78, I think it's smooth sailing for the 08 car. But he's got to run better laps than that last one he just ran.
Yeah, it looks like that car might have got a little tight on him up there towards the center of the corner there, Kevin. And looks like he has adjusted his line. He's pulled it down about a groove down off the wall right now. So Gutierrez sees that car isn't setting up on that wall like it was a little bit earlier, as Chris Melton looks like he's headed down pit road, Kevin. So he's going to give up that second place position to Frankie Samanto in the 23 car, who's about 12 seconds back. But I tell you what, talking about you know, those little miscues right there Gutierrez made, Dale Reynolds now at 27 is only 20 seconds behind him.
That's it, and we're talking, you know, around 30 laps to go left in this race. And you know the 27 to 48 are basically going to be making qualifying laps around here. The 48 car had a little bit of mishap there. He is 20 seconds or 26 seconds back. As Dale Reynolds now knocked a second and a half off of that lead right there. And the 08 is maintaining that 12-second lead over the 23 and a 13-second lead over the 16 and the 15 of Darren Benge. So, we got a spinner on the track. Not sure if that's going to affect the way we're running, but the 12 car looped it looked like, Doug.
Yeah, it looked like the 12 car may have been trying to come down the pit road right there, Kevin, and got down on that apron maybe a little too early, caught that front tire, kind of whipped it around there. But looks like we're staying green out here. But, you know, Gutierrez right now, you know, in control of his own fate, so to speak, has a pretty good-sized lead here, 12.3 seconds ahead of Frankie Samanto there. So, you know, but Reynolds continuing to eat into that. He's about 18.1 back right now. So it's going to be interesting to see here if this plays out in favor of Gutierrez, because I'd have to say, you know, if Reynolds and McKinney get back to him, as Reynolds has moved up back into the top 5 right now, that they're going to have much fresher tires, and it's not going to be a big contest if he does get there.
Now, and I tell you what, Reynolds knocked off another second and a quarter off of that right there. And like I said, he is running qualifying laps right now. Looking at the last lap that the 27 ran right there, like I said, almost like qualifying laps. He ran a 31.479 compared to the leader who just ran a 32.6. So big time difference as the 08 almost gets up in the wall again. That lap was a 32.3, so he stepped it up just a little bit. But man, the 27 is pouring the coals on that thing. He's only 16 seconds back, and the other guys that he's battling are 13 seconds back, and they're right around each other, Doug. With these tires, he's going to blow the doors off. He's now 15.5 seconds back. The 08 better start looking in the mirror, Doug.
Yeah, definitely don't want to start looking in the mirror. Right now, Gutierrez is got to race the track, so to speak, Kevin, at this point in the race. He can't be watching the clock. He can't be watching, you know, the times of the cars behind him. He's got to put that stuff out of his mind and just drive the track, because he is, you know, like I say, he's in control of his own fate at this point, how his car does and how he drives it. He's moved his line down now, Kevin. He's running that inside line. I noticed right there between 3 and 4 is another lap down car of Joshua Biddle, 17 with much fresher tires. 17th place position, 76, I'm sorry, gets on around him here, as Reynolds has just got around Frankie Samanto back there in 3rd position now, takes over the number 3 spot, 13.5 seconds back, Kevin.
Yeah, he's going for 2nd right now, Doug. And like I said, it is qualifying laps, lap after lap. and he has knocked it down to 13 seconds. And there is plenty of time to get it done with 26 laps to go. So now the 08, you know, he can't sit there and ride and save fuel. He's got to kind of, you know, get after a little bit, but he doesn't have the tires, as he just knocked it down to 11.5 seconds. You do the math, Doug. He keeps knocking this off a second a lap almost, and they're going to be right on top of each other by the time this thing's done. And there ain't nothing he can do about those 4 tires.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, you know, as the old adage goes, he's made his bed. Now he's got to lie in it, so to speak. You know, if he's you know, committed to the strategy of staying out there and running this thing to the end, you know, he's got what he's got, and there ain't much you can change on that. And Reynolds, with much fresher tires, making a lot of gains right here. Currently 10.1 back now, Kevin. So Reynolds running some blistering times now coming after him.
Yeah, down to 9.7 now, Doug. I'm telling you what, he might get there a little bit quicker than you know, we first thought. He is running some blistering lap times. It's nowhere near qualifying speed, but when you consider the tires, he just ran a 31.4, and that was his fastest lap in the last 10 laps. So he is pouring it on, man. He's got that thing dialed in. Maybe a little extra tape on it and everything else to get it going, but he is coming, and now he's dropped it down to 8.4. Man, the 08 has got to be concerned.
Yeah, exactly. And looking a little further behind him, Travis McKinney in that 48. You know, he's dropped. He's about 12.5 seconds or so back, as well as Brian Lee, who's in 4th. Well, Frankie Samato just got around Lee in 4th. He's 13.5. So I mean, if Gutierrez is, you know, sticking to this, and Reynolds does catch him, there's still a good chance Gutierrez, you know, going to pull out a top 3 here tonight. So not a bad call overall in the long run.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he is just catching up. The 08 kind of got the apron there and upset the car. He did, you know, them old tires, they're just gone. It's down to 5.5 seconds, Doug. At 27, it's going to get there. It ain't going to be long.
Yeah, it won't be long. I don't think. Reynolds has definitely got the much better car. Well, the much better tires, we'll say at this point, as Gutierrez's tires. He's been out there for quite some time now, and got to commend Gutierrez, you know, for the strategy. I mean, he played his hand, and he played it well, but it was just, you know, I don't think it's going to be enough at the end, as you know, those fresher tires are going to prevail with about 20 laps or so to go here. Just over 4 seconds. So barring a caution, I think Gutierrez, you know, I think he can still get a top 3 out of this. But, you know, I don't think he's going to be able to win it now after the hand's been played, Kevin.
No, the only shot I think he's got right now, Doug, is a caution come out. They can come in and put 4 tires on that thing. And you know, in race, and we've only got 7 cars on the lead lap right now. But, you know, these guys, they basically need a caution, the 08 does, for any kind of luck of winning this race. So it's down to 1.9. He's basically there. You know, not a lot of laps left in this thing to go. And it's, you know, within a couple laps, 27 is going to be right there.
Yeah, that's for sure, Kevin. As we see, Chuck Garcia in the 13 gets around in the 13th place position, gets around Ed Wilson, working him on the high side. Oh my, wow! Reynolds really dove it in there on the bottom right there, Kevin, getting underneath the cartridge and pulls right up. He's right behind the Ed Wilson in the 88, and Reynolds is going for the lead right now. He closed that gap fast, getting down into turn 1. As we're going to look like looked like it was about to be 3 wide there for a moment. Gutierrez falls back a little bit. Ed Wilson up on that middle groove as Reynolds goes around and puts him a lap back now. So the lap Ed Wilson got back didn't last long as Reynolds was able to get right there. So right now it's about a 4-second gap between Gutierrez and 3rd place McKinney. But from there on, it's about 13 seconds on back, Kevin. So, you know, I think Gutierrez can still pull out a top 3 here tonight. Very gallant effort Gutierrez put on playing that strategy. It was a good call, I think, in the long run, going to get him a podium finish tonight. Just wasn't the call to win the race tonight.
And the thing is, as long as the crew chief calculated the fuel rate, Doug, we're banking on him, getting a podium finish. If they guessed wrong, we could see, what happened to Carl Edwards last week. You're riding along, and all of a sudden 2 laps to go, you run out of fuel. So, they always got to be concerned now, do I have enough fuel to make this thing? It looks like the 48 is going to mow him down with 17 laps to go and grab second place here. But like you said, he's got a 14-second lead back there to 16, but probably some nervous guys down there wondering if all the fuel is going to make it in that pickup.
Yeah, that's for sure. And, as Gutierrez, kind of goes to show just how, how far those tires have fell off. I'm watching some of the speeds he's running. Down here in coming through 1 and 2 there, he was only running about 138 or so, through that corner. So he's definitely, as I'm watching him right here, 134 lowest speed coming through 3 and 4. So, those tires are pretty much about gone, Kevin. And for some way, somehow, he's still pulling distance on Brian Lee in that 16. So that just goes to show the freshest tires out here. Reynolds and McKinney are definitely the fastest 2 cars out here. But right now, Lee's about 17 seconds back of Gutierrez, about 10 seconds back of Gutierrez. So, a lot of these guys are starting to save fuel now too, Kevin. So, a lot of these guys are maybe a little worried about their fuel too.
Yeah, I think a lot of these guys, or just, taking a deep breath and as we got like 15 laps to go here in trying to save some fuel. I gotta believe the 16 is one of them. He has lost 3 seconds to the 08 car within the last 2 or 3 laps. And I'm looking at his corner speeds and stuff, and he's way down too. So I think a lot of these guys are so nervous that they're going to run out of fuel right here. They're trying to save what little bit of fuel they can. The 27, he ain't worried about it. He's got plenty of fuel, plenty of tires. He's opened up to a 5-second lead over the 48. But now that lead over the 16 is picked up to almost 20 seconds. So hearing out of the 16 camp that they are very worried about fuel, and they are very much on the fence.
Yeah, the 16. I was listening to that same thing there, Kevin. Lee has he's definitely in fuel conservation mode now. Trying to save as much fuel as he possibly can. As there's a few others out there. But I tell you, a young man who's made himself a good run out here tonight, currently running in the 5th place position at number 91 of Jimmy Babb. He's currently running, like I say, he's been relatively quiet. We've talked about him a few times tonight, but currently running up in the top 5, has made a lot of the right calls tonight to keep that car up there in the hunt, so to speak. Currently running in 5th place, about 21 seconds down to the leaders. So going to walk away, looks like, with a good finish in that 91 machine tonight. So, congratulations to that young man. He hasn't ran a whole lot of races over here with NuffWORLD, but is settling in nicely right now, Kevin.
Yeah, good finish for him. Like I said, hasn't run over here that much. But, like a top 5 finish, anytime you can get out of a track like this with as much as is going on tonight with a top 5, that's a good run. And, looking at the 16 and hearing down pit road, Doug, that the fuel pressure gauge in that car is fluctuating, and you know what that means. So no wonder they've dropped off the pace.
Yeah, but even with that, and we look back just in front of him there to the 3rd place position with 10 to go here. Gutierrez, there's only about 6 seconds or so in between those 2 cars right now, Kevin. So even with those issues, Lee is starting to pick up a little bit of time on Gutierrez, who, is continuing to slow even more. I was watching miles per hour right there. He was down in the 120s right there through turns 1 and 2. So those tires are just about gone on that 08 machine.
Yeah, his last lap, Doug, was a 34.1. So I think it's a little bit of fuel and a little bit of tires making up for that. But as we look at it right now, he is 21 seconds down. He's almost ready to go a lap down, and he just got past about 10 or 12 laps ago, Doug.
Yeah, that car, like I say, he played a strategy and he stuck to it. I mean, he was very committed to that strategy, and it looks like he, what, we got about 7 laps to go here, Kevin. He's got about a 3-second lead over Chris Melton back there, who's now taken away that 4th place position from Brian Lee. So it's about 3 seconds or so back between himself and Melton, and also Lee. So, they are starting to gain a lot of ground quickly. As Gutierrez, it just looks like those tires are pretty much done on that car.
Yeah, he played that strategy to the hilt. Still remains to be seen if you can make it all the way, as he just ran a 34.7. Got to feel like a snail running around out there with these other guys compared to the leader, who just ran, a 31.9. And you got to think that the 27's just kind of pedaling right now. He's got plenty of tires, plenty of fuel. No sense in doing anything crazy and getting yourself out of shape and wrecked here. And he's got a 6-second lead on 2nd place. So he's in cruise control right now. He's not getting aggressive or anything. He knows if he keeps his car clean and stays right here, he's going to win this thing.
Yeah, exactly. And there goes Chris Melton, man, as he has finally caught Gutierrez, takes away the number 3 position. So Gutierrez falls back to 4th now with about 6 to go. So he's, definitely still on that strategy. He is definitely sticking to it, it looks like, and does not plan to come down. But it looks like the 91 of Jimmy Babb may still have a good shot at taking that position. So, he's about about a 1.5, 2 seconds off right now of getting there. So, as Brian Lee now is closing in also on Jimmy Babb. So, looks like as Babb is heading down pit road, there's a surprise, Kevin.
Yeah, and the 08 just got into the wall, and we were just talking about him, and they must have been right there on the edge. And the 16 hits the apron and almost loses it behind the 08 there. But you know something, the 08 and the 91 pitted almost on the same lap, Doug, so you got to be wondering now, that 08 must be on fumes.
And there comes the 23 of Frankie Samanto, as he got the leaders behind him now, Kevin. Dale Reynolds is there with the 16 of lead, 23 of Samanto, and Gutierrez in the 08. So Dale Reynolds closing up, looking to put them a lap down, but there's nowhere to go, as Lee and Samanto are side by side, 2 wide right there. Looks like they're going to push it 3 wide here, coming out of turn 2. It's getting very interesting right there in front of Reynolds. As a leader, you got to be concerned right now.
Yeah, if I'm the leader right now, I'm like, you guys just settle this crap. I'm just going to ride right here. We know that the 27 has a lot better tires than these guys. What was the 08? Almost loses it right in the middle of the corner.
16 into the wall. He looked like he had a tire go down right there, Kevin.
Yeah.
Hard into the wall.
Yeah, those guys, I tell you, man, they are going at the 08 as loose as can be. The 16 is all out of shape. And that could have been big for our leader right there. I think the leader right now, he's in that mode where he just wants to get by these guys.
Yeah, that's exactly it right there. And, Gutierrez still hanging on to that 4th place position. Samanto really putting a lot of pressure on him. Gutierrez slides way up the track right there. Tires just aren't holding. Brian Lee is there once again. Looks like the 44 of Paul Hahn about got into Gutierrez there. So you can tell these tires are done, Kevin.
Yeah, they are, and I believe that's our white flag right there. These guys are going to give it off for the last lap of 2013, Doug.
Yeah, and Brian Lee and Gutierrez are slugging it out right there, coming off of one. They are side by side heading down the backstretch. Looks like Lee is going, as Gutierrez is out of fuel right there, Kevin. He is out of fuel and battling it out. As the leaders come to the line right here, Dale Reynolds is going to take it with ease. 5.5 second lead over Travis McKinney. Congratulations to Dale Reynolds and Travis McKinney 1-2 tonight, and a heck of a valiant effort right there. Looks like Melton going to come home 3rd, but Gutierrez run it out. I mean, he stuck to the strategy, Kevin.
Yeah, he did. He stuck to that strategy, and it came up about a half lap short. Kudos to them. They tried everything that they could. But man, that 27, the second half of this race was just too strong. And I kind of thought that maybe with a 23-second lead there, that the 08 was going to hang on. But basically that 27 ran him down. and the 15 ran out of fuel also. So a lot of these guys were cutting it close, Doug.
Yeah, a lot of these guys looked like they were cutting it very close. I tell you what, heck of a race there. You know, Gutierrez and Brian Lee were really going at it there, coming off of turn 2 when Gutierrez just out of fuel, and you know, Brian Lee pulls away, then takes home a top 5. So heck of a finish there. Chris Melton coming home 3rd. He played his strategy well tonight also.
Yeah, you know, just you know, the 27 there at the end of that race. Yeah, they took care of the car. They had that thing dialed in, and the 48 seemed really good on the beginning of a run to about the middle, and just couldn't keep pace with the 27 there. But you know, a heck of a run by the 48. He's had some bad luck lately too. And let's give a shout out to the 78, Chris Melton, our 3rd place. Our 4th place, Frankie Samato, and Brian Lee. How many times have we seen him pull a finish out of you know what, Doug? That guy, never count him out. That's how he stayed 2nd in the points right there all year long. So a good run for the 16, little strategy there, and a heartbreaker for the 08. Did what he had to.
Exactly, Kevin, and what a way to finish off 2013 right there. You know, a lot of great hard racing. That was close to what, 150 laps or so, green flag right there. So a lot of good racing. Great way to finish off 2013 as we see Dale Reynolds out there celebrating with the final win of 2013 over here in the VSU Nuff World competition. Tell you what, fans, stay tuned here, fans, for you know, live post-race interviews on Nuff World TV as we come back soon here at the Brothers in Arms Foundation 400 live from Homestead Miami Speedway.
Are you looking to start your own professional internet radio station the easy way? Sam Vibe was specifically designed for you. From the makers of Sam Broadcaster, Sam Vibe takes advantage of the cloud to let you focus on what is important: managing and running your station. There are 5 simple steps to get started with Sam Vibe. 1. Sign up for a free account at NuffWORLD.com. No credit card information is required to get a free account. 2. Download and install Sam Vibe. 3. Check your email to retrieve your account information and login details. 4. Run Sam Vibe and enter your username and password. 5. The Sam Vibe Quick Start Wizard shows you the first steps to start your station. Simply upload your music, turn on your station, and tune in. Too easy? Don't worry, Sam Vibe caters for the needs of both novice and professional broadcasters. Sound exciting? Give it a try. Sign up for free now at NuffWORLD.com to experience how broadcasting should be.
Hey, we're back here in the Brothers in Arms 400. Back tonight, man. Heck of a end to the race there. Just crazy strategy, everything else going on. I've got our 7th place driver here at 15th, Darren Bench, who also finished 3rd in the championship this year. Well run the entire year, Darren. Just kind of sum it up in a few words, basically about tonight's finish and finishing 3rd in the championship.
Tonight's finish, it was fun. I had a good car. It was good on a long run. It didn't seem to have near the speed some of the faster guys had, but it was pretty steady, and that sort of sums up my season. Kind of slow and steady, but I guess it's good enough to get me up to 3rd, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, it looked like I said, your car was one of those ones on the long runs. It just got better and better and better. You look like you were actually able to keep up with the track there. Talk about that crazy caution on lap 8 there where it took out about 8 or 9 cars there that got a lot of damage. Did you think you were going to get through all that mess?
No, actually, I didn't. I didn't know which way to go. I thought I was going to get ran over from behind. Yeah, that was wild.
Well, I tell you what, that was an impressive drive the entire year, man, and can't wait to see what you guys are going to do next year. Is there any shout-outs you want to get as the last race of 2013?
Yeah, I'll give a shout out to the Brothers in Arms Foundation. Thank them for sponsoring this race. Thank the admins for everything they do around here, and thank all my teammates for being steady. And you know, I don't think we pretty much made all the races. I think that's part of what put us where we were.
I have a great job. That's our 7th place finisher tonight, driver to 15, Darren Bench. Also, our 3rd in the championship standings of VSU Cup this year. Great run this year, Darren. And understand you've got the driver of the 08 down there who has some crazy strategy, Doug.
Yeah, that's right. I'm standing by down here with driver of the 08 tonight, Danny Gutierrez. Heck of a run. Great strategy played out through the end. Looks like he stuck to it there. Just came up a little short at the end. Kind of take us through those that last fuel run there, Gutierrez.
Yeah, first of all, I had a lot of fun today. It was the first race that I was able to put some time in, and I was happy with the car. As far as the strategy, by the time I figured out I was going to be a little short, I didn't think I was going to be able to save enough, but even though I crossed the line out of fuel, it could have been worse.
Right, you led quite a few laps tonight. Looked strong out there, but that early part of the race looked like you were about to get caught up in a few of those incidents that kind of happened right in front of you. You know, what was the the mindset of the early part of that race with all that going on?
Well, today I went into the race a little different. I just left the set that I felt was at its best and let the car come to me. So in the first part of the race, I just kind of hung out and waited for the car to come because I knew that by the end I was going to be up there in the top 5 or so. If it wasn't for the fuel problem, I think I would have had a solid 3rd.
Yeah, that's great, great run. You look like you and Brian Lee really were battling it out there. You know, especially the last couple of laps, and coming down, off of turn 2 there, when you look like you ran out of fuel coming off of turn 2. I mean, what was the general consensus with yourself and the crew as that happened?
Well, the last couple laps was kind of a mess because I have never used the clutch, and I started to use that, but it carries so much speed in the turn, and with worn tires and stuff, I was just hanging on and not really focused on the people around me, I guess. He kind of did push me a little bit to run out of fuel, but that's his job too.
Right. Final race, 2013, Homestead, Miami. I mean, it's been a long, grueling season, Danny. Any special thank yous you want to give out there to family, friends, sponsors?
Yeah, I'd like to take the time to thank all my teammates this year, and the sponsors of all these races. Today's races was Brothers in Arms, So I think that we're going to be pretty good next year. I like to say that now. I'm going to try and put some more time into this and see what comes out of it.
All right, well, congratulations to driver of the 08 tonight, Danny Gutierrez. Comes home with a 6th place finish, crossing the line out of fuel, just as he talked about. And I understand you're standing by with tonight's 4th place finisher down there on pit road, Kevin.
Actually, I got the 5th place finisher, Brian Lee, down here. Brian, 2nd in the championship this year. Looks like you're going to be about 32 points out. Man, here you are pulling off another top 5. Basically, all year long we've been saying, where did this guy come from? Never, you know, in the chase, we never doubted that you weren't going to get back up in there, even with some of the races that you had bad luck. Talk about tonight and talk about finishing 2nd in the points.
Also, pretty happy to finish 2nd behind him. That's a hell of a challenge there to even be running in this field like that. All season, actually, there's a challenge everywhere you go in this field. If you end up in the back racing for a 20th, you're going to race hard for all those spots. So it was a blast all year, first, and tonight, car was real good early, and I don't think I kept up with the changes with the track as the night got cooler and everything. By the time I got it straightened out, I just had too much of a gap behind the leaders and tried to stretch that fuel out, and that didn't pay off for me. But to get a top 5, you know, that's all I shoot for every week. I show up in what I'm 5, and you hope to get lucky and end up in victory lane when it's over.
I tell you what, you just had one heck of a season. You battled, you know, you and Ben Britton there for the whole, the first, you know, part of the chase, the first 26 races or whatever. You guys were pretty much the consistent ones. You guys were there all year long. Can't help but think that you're going to be a challenger for next year. If you already made your plans, got set in your mind what you're going to do for next year as far as teams and everything else, and will you be running a full season next year?
Yeah, I do plan on running the full season. I ran with Smoke Racing this year. It was a great team, and I appreciate him having me. I committed to Josh Biddle's team at the beginning of the year, told him at the end of the season I'd be joining him, so hopefully I can cause some damage with Danny and Howard Wildrick.
That's good. I'm sure you will, man. I tell you what, it's been a great 2013 season for you. Didn't end the way probably you wanted to. You want to be up there holding that trophy up for winning the championship. But like you said, you guys kept a lot of pressure on the 3-car all year long and kept him honest. Is there any shout out you want to give to about this race and the whole season?
Seriously, the whole league. I mean, you know, like I said, wherever you end up in the field here, you're racing for a spot. And one of the best races I had all year, I was running, trying to get a top 20 from Chuck Garcia. I can't remember if that was Kansas or California, but that was probably some of the best racing I had. But besides everybody in the field, all the admins, as always, Lacey, my favorite, of course, and everybody that makes this happen, the broadcasters, you guys in the booth are awesome, the sponsors that come and help us make this happen. So it's a great year. I had a blast, and looking forward to doing it again.
All right, that's a driver, number 16, Brian Lee there. Looking forward to next year, finishing 2nd at championship points this year, and like I said, keeping that 3-car honest, man, made him run real hard for it. Congratulations to that whole 16 team. Doug, hearing that you have the 4th place finisher down there at 23 of Frankie Smato.
That's right, standing by down here on pit road with Frankie Samanto, driver of the number 23 out there. Brought it home with a good finish here tonight. Frankie, kind of take us through, you know, that early part of the race and how you guys were able to get through all that.
I'm surprised I got through any of that. But, yeah, the beginning of the race, the car was really good, real strong. And then I got spooked, and that threw me off my rhythm. And then I kind of fell back a little bit, gathered my wits up, caught up with the setup, and it's good to go after that. Just a little disappointed. I saved just a little too much fuel at the end there. I should have rode it a little harder.
And that seemed like it was the strategy of the race for a lot of guys tonight. It didn't look like at the very beginning it was going to be a fuel mileage race at all. You know, it was going to be a battle of attrition, so to speak. And then when it came down towards the end, you know, when you made that last pit stop, looks like you stayed out there maybe a little bit longer than some of the others. You know, was that kind of a concern, or you know, was that something that you guys had planned, you know, earlier in the race?
Yeah, that was a strategy. It was planned to go as far as possible and try to stretch it because it was going to be very close toward that last bit. And I was +3 on the fuel. Just I should have just rode it a little harder.
Now I got to ask you, Frankie. You know, it's always kind of the running joke here in Nuff World, and with me and Kevin up here in the booth too. Seems like, yeah, you know, you've got that magnet on there for you know, any damage that's going to happen during the race. Does it feel good to finally walk out of here tonight with a 4th place finish and kind of get rid of that magnet, maybe?
I hope so, because it's been horrible. If there's anything that's going to happen on the track, I'm in it. And if I'm not in it, I do a driver error that takes me out of it.
Like I say, it looks like you definitely, you know, kind of got rid of that magnet, so to speak, tonight, Frankie. Pulled home a 4th place finish there, and you know, from sounds of how you were talking there, could have been a better one. But any special thank yous here at the end of 2013? Got you up here in the booth live. You want to say some thank yous too?
Oh yeah, first off, I'd like to thank our sponsors, especially tonight's sponsors, Brother in Arms. I'd like to thank my teammates over at M&M. You know, without them, things could have been a lot worse. You know, they were sitting there supporting me the whole time. All the admins and all the drivers. The drivers make it great.
Right, and congratulations, like I say, on the 4th place finish tonight, Frankie, and you know, also moving up you know, a position, to, getting by Jerry Hinkle in the points there. A hard-fought battle tonight. So congratulations on a good finish in 2013. Finish the year off right. Bringing home a good finish tonight, and also moving up in the point standings. Understand, Kevin, you're standing by down there with driver of the 78. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've got a driver of the 78 down here, Chris Melton. Chris, heck of a run tonight, man. What a tough track to run at, man. Talk about you know, your progressions through this whole race and the kind of changes you had to make, and talk about that melee on lap 8.
Well, the melee on lap 8, fortunately, I was in front of that mess, so all I could see was the cars dropping back on the ticker. I knew there was a lot involved. So if anybody got through that, it was a miracle. The race was pretty good. I mean, really all I was trying to do was just save my stuff, because I knew I wasn't as fast as Travis or the other leaders. There's no way I was going to keep up with them. So if I tried to do that, I was just going to burn my stuff up. So just steady, keep up with the cooling track, and try to work my way to the front. And I pulled off a little strategy at the end and worked my way to 3rd.
You know, as someone that started, you know, here later in the year and all that, you really made really a surge in the points. I'm not sure where you're going to end up finishing as we'll wait for the calculations and all that. You definitely were right there for the non-Chaser tourney winner. But, you know, you came in this season and you earned a lot of respect from the veteran guys here as a hard-nosed racer, but a fair racer. And gain, like I said, gain a lot of respect. Talk about your year here over at the VSU Cup and what you look forward to next year.
Well, coming in late in the season, well, not late, but missing the first 5 or 6 races, I was just pretty much just gearing up for this next season and trying to get a feel for everything, and hoping everybody giving me some respect and I give them respect, and that would work towards next year being a really great year. And yeah, as the year went on, I got better and better and used to everybody and used to the tracks, and turned out really well with the help of my teammates. I couldn't have done it without them. Appreciate them bringing me on board.
All right, is there any sponsors, friends, anything else do you want to thank for the 2013 season?
As always, you guys do a great job in the booth. Appreciate that. All the sponsors that sponsor every one of these broadcast events and the whole league in itself, and of course, especially my teammates. Like I said, couldn't have been where I am or where the team is without them.
Awesome. Awesome drive tonight for the 78. Chris Melton there, looking for big things out of this guy next year, Doug. And understand you have our second place driver down there who just drove a whale of a race tonight, the driver to 48, Travis McKinney.
That's right, Kevin. I'm standing by down here with Travis McKinney. Will's at home tonight in second place. Had a heck of a run all night long. So kind of take us through, the early parts of that race. Seems like you were really able to get that car out there, Travis, and kind of move away for a little bit there.
Yeah, I had a good car tonight. Put in a lot of practice today, building a new setup for tonight's race, and was just kind of build up a little bit of a lead and take it easy. And hats off to Dale. He ran a hell of a race. We were battling there for the lead and trying to get by some lap traffic, and I pushed it a little too hard into the corner and caught a little bit of damage and took a long pit stop. And when I came out there at the end, I was almost 7 seconds back. So I tried to reel him back in, but I burned up the tires, didn't have enough time.
Understand that. And now it seemed like, Travis, that, first part of the run, your car was really good and worked that high line really well, but it seemed like, you kind of had to move down a little bit off the high line there, about the middle part of, a fuel run. And was the car starting to get tight on you up there as you were getting into the wall a little bit there? Especially it looked like, next to last fuel run there, it got a little tight on you when you got into the wall.
Yeah, it would start off relatively free, and then the longer I'd go, it'd go through transition, it'd tighten up a little bit, and then it'd go back and forth between, it'd be tight for 7-8 laps, and then it'd go loose for a little bit, and then there at the very end of the run, it'd start tightening back up. And when me and Dale were battling there for a while, I got out to a good lead, started saving tires and stuff, let him reel me back in, and then I let him go. And then I was just waiting for the car to tighten back up. If I get right up on him, it would just start getting loose again, so I'd just have to bide my time and wait, and it'd start tightening back up, and I could reel him back in. And we were battling there at the end, decided to pit, and overall it went through a lot of transitions tonight for, I could run right up next to the wall at the beginning of the run, and then I'd try moving it down just to give myself a cushion in case I missed my mark getting in. But overall, it was a pretty good run. I was hoping there for a caution there at the end because I knew I had a really fast car for the first 20-25 laps, and then it'd start leveling off.
Right. Now, see, like I say, that last pit stop you guys went through, you pitted just a little bit earlier than what Reynolds was, and it seemed like that was kind of, that had been the forte, so to speak. You pitted, and then he would pit the next lap. Was there any issues that happened on pit road? Lost any time there or anything like that?
I had a good in getting into pits, and I didn't make any changes. I knew what I had. I knew how to drive it for the length of the last, I think it was about 40 laps to go, and I just, driver error, I forgot to tell my crew to not fix the damage, and it was a little over 19-second pit stop, and that's all it took. I came back out on the track, and I seen Dale peel off right after that, and I was like, oh, there goes my chance. I was hoping to, I was trying to get about a 5-lap cushion on him just so I could, eat up away of that lead with the fresh tires. But, I think I kind of forced his hand when I went in and pitted. I knew he was probably going to pit right after me, but that long pit stop it sunk me.
Well, congratulations tonight, Travis. You bring home, a second place, well-deserved and hard-fought second place finish tonight. Ran well all night long. Any thank yous you want to give out there, sponsors and family?
Yeah, I'd like to thank the Brothers in Arms Foundation for putting on this race tonight. The sponsors all year long putting on these broadcasts. It's always neat to go back and watch the races, and all the admins for all the work they do. I know us drivers put them through hell throughout the season, so definitely congrats and job well done for you guys. My teammates here at Black Horse Motorsports, Steve Dale for painting me up this awesome Seahawks car. I got to say, go Hawks! From the Northwest, they're my team. And it's been a trying year. I think I've only started 21 races, and I think I have 11 DNFs. So it's nice to finally bring it home in the top 5. So that's definitely a plus. Just get ready for next year. Not sure how much I'm going to be able to run with prior obligations and stuff, but I'll be around and try this again next year.
Well, congratulations, Travis, on a well-deserved second place finish tonight. Hard fought also. And I understand I'm going to throw it down to you, Kevin. You're standing by in victory lane with Dale Reynolds.
That's it. I've got the winner of the Brothers in Arms Foundation 400 down here, driver of the 27 EPR Chevy, Dale Reynolds. Dale, you know, we were talking at the beginning, you didn't qualify very well. We know you wanted to start in the back there. You methodically picked your way through this thing, and towards the second half of the race, started to show a little bit of muscle there, and you kept up with the track. What a great battle with the 48. Talk about, you know, battling that guy back and forth all race long.
Well, you know, we started in the back, and you know, we had wanted to start in the back anyways. You know, we're not running for a points championship. We were out of contention, and we kind of just had the mentality going into the race. You know, we were just gonna kind of, you know, have fun, you know, kind of chill out. You know, if the car was fast, you know, it would eventually get there. But battling Travis that entire last half of the race, that was such a fun battle. You know, he had a really good car there right in the get-go, you know, off of the restarts and coming out of the pits. You know, he was really, really fast, and you know, we eventually started catching back up to him, maybe 10, 15 laps into run, and you know, by that time that I would catch back up to him, our cars really leveled off, and it was one hell of a race, man. You know, Travis is definitely one of the best guys to have a hard race with. He's a very hard-nosed but very clean racer, and you know, he's extremely talented. So it was really, really cool to battle him the way that we did. And you know, it kind of sucks that you know, that little bit of a mistake there, coming to, I believe it was the last stop where he kind of got into the wall there. You know, that really opened the door for us, and you know, I don't know what happened with him on that last pit stop. I guess it was a longer stop for him, but you know, that's pretty much how we pretty much lucked out after that. You know, we were just trying to cruise to the end and save our stuff a little bit, and you know, it was a really good battle with Travis, and not just Travis, but everybody else, man. Brian Lee, some of the other guys up front, man. This track was really, really slick, and it made for some awesome racing the entire night.
You know, Dale, not the season that you wanted, obviously. You know, everyone's goal to get into that chase is to win the championship. You know, some struggles this year and not being able to make a couple races and stuff like that. You know, looking forward to next year, what's your plans looking for 2014?
Well, right now, you know, obviously you're right. You know, we struggled this year when we didn't make a couple races, and you know, that I think that really was the biggest factor. Is that if you don't make the race, you don't get any points. You know, definitely a lot worse than you know, coming to a race and finishing poorly. So that's definitely what kind of hindered us this whole season. And you know, as far as plans for next year, you know, they're really up in the air. I really, you know, I love EPR and I love the team that I'm on. You know, I just don't know if it'd be feasible right now to run a full schedule or not. Like I said, it's still up in the air. But if my schedule does allow me to, you know, you can definitely bet your bottom dollar that I will be here all season next year, most definitely.
All right. Dale, long season 2013 was, like I said, not where you wanted to finish, but finishing on a strong note. Any thanks you want to give for the year 2013 and beyond?
Yes, most definitely. First of all, I want to thank all the sponsors for all these races. It's really, really cool that, you know, I sound I sound like a broken record sometimes. You know, I thank all the sponsors, but you know, really, that's all it's about. You know, is getting the sponsors for these races. I want to thank the Brothers in Arms Foundation for picking up this race. Definitely a great, great foundation. Something that I really have a lot of support for. You know, thank them so much for picking up this race. It was a fun race. Thank you to all the NuffWORLD sponsors. I mean, the the list is so long, man, I can't even name them all off, but I thank them very, very much. EPR, you know, Extreme Performance Racing, everybody on it, Kevin Kelly Jr., Dennis Jenkins, and everybody that was on the team. You know, they really, you know, it was such a blast to race with them all this year, uh, and just the camaraderie that we have is beyond friendship. It's almost like we're all brothers there at the shop. So. Also want to thank all the sponsors that I had this year, Square Enix and the Final Fantasy brand. We had Final Fantasy X, 10.2 HD Remaster on the car. totally, you know, Final Fantasy X was my favorite game. It was my favorite game of all time, so I'm really looking forward to that release. The Lightning Returns, Final Fantasy 13, that one's going to be really, really good as well. Also want to thank Eric the Car Guy and Andy's Autosport, True Value, and everybody that that was on this car during the season. And thank you just to NuffWorld. You know, this is my 6th season with them now, and you know, I love this league to death. Like, you know, I just don't see myself racing anywhere else. This is home for me. So, thank you to everybody in NuffWorld for you know, working hard as they do, you know, and putting on everything that we can do for, you know, every week. You know, I definitely love this league to death, man. It's a fun league, and all the drivers in it. All the drivers in it, man, they really make it awesome. You know, it's so fun to race. And also want to add a couple things on here. Congratulations to Louis Bussa on the VSU Cup Championship. He definitely a class act, and somebody that I definitely look up to, you know, for advice, and just somebody who, you know, is just a fantastic racer all around. You know, I think it's well earned and well deserved for Bussa to win a championship this year. And also want to give a shout out to Charles Chapman there and his father. He lost his father last week, Charles Leo Chapman, and you know, we're thinking about him. You know, and somebody who unfortunately lost his father earlier this year. You know, I know the position that he's in, so just want to let Charles and the rest of the Chapman family know that we're thinking about them.
Cool. Yeah, good deal there. A driver to 27 there, Dale Reynolds. Finishing out on a strong note, taking the Brothers in Arms Foundation 400 here at Miami Homestead. In great run by that team. And Doug has made his way down here with us because we have our 2014 VSU Cup champion right here with us.
That's right. I'm standing by down here with Louis Bussa, driving that number 3 machine. Came home last year just a little bit short, 2nd place in the standings. Comes back this year with a fire. 13 wins, 20 top 5, 21 top 10s. Average finish on the year 8.5, Louis. Wow, what a season. You know, take us through the season and what the mindset was this year.
The beginning of the season was one of those ones where I don't know, I kind of took the beginning of the season off with a lot of extra motivation with some of the stuff that was swirling around, and it just kind of carried me through the rest of the year. I rattled off 3 wins there to start the season, and ran into I can't really call it bad luck because I still ran pretty well in there for a little bit, but it just kind of fell into, I don't know, a little bit of a slump for myself, I think, and then we kind of got back on track, rattled off some more wins, and definitely had a lot of good luck there, where especially towards just before the chase started with Bristol for sure. Travis had a problem there on the very last lap, I think, and I was able to steal a win there. So just kind of fortunate. Had a lot of good luck after a lot of bad luck last year, and a lot of good racing, and a lot of fun at times, a lot of trying times at times, but all in all, it was it was worth it.
All right, 2013 Valley Sports University Cup Series champion Louis Bussa, and you know, like I say, a lot of records broken this year. You know, especially with the wins column. You know, what was coming back from, like I say, 2012 and the heartbreaker that was, you know, coming into the championship, the chase this year, you know, to pull off the amount of wins that you do, what kind of mindset did you have to kind of put yourself in to stay ahead of guys like, you know, Brian Lee, Kevin Kelly Jr., Darren Bench, some of those guys who were, you know, nipping at your heels all through the chase and waiting for that one mulligan, as we like to refer to it, you know, that you would have, and which didn't come until, you know, the final race of the season here at Homestead, Miami, which, you know, unfortunately unfortunate for them at that point, became a mute idea, so to speak.
Well, last year, Yeah, I can't really say I had a bad year last year. I mean, I think I got 8 wins, but um, I really, I really did run into a lot of bad luck last year. I mean, I really feel like, I don't know, I could have got to at least 12 last year with just a little bit of luck on my side. This year, it's just, like I said, just like a lot of luck fell my way. Like the races were falling out. Like they were just kind of playing out the way I was visualizing them in my head, the way I was trying, like the way I was trying to run them. I mean, there were a lot of times where I'd put myself in the back of the pack at times, just and wouldn't even race up through the pack. I would just ride around there in right around 10th, you know, not really go any farther than that, and just wait. And fuel, like it's just fuel stuff, strategies and stuff like that was just kind of working out my way. Cautions fell my way at times. I'm pretty proud of the fact that I was able to win on, you know, pretty much every type of track. You know, swept both the road courses. Daytona, we ran really well at. Talladega, we ran really well at. Short tracks, the intermediates. It's just, you know, it's just a lot of good luck. You know, kind of kept me going this year.
Lewis, this is Kevin. Hey, man, great season, man. You and I basically almost came into NuffWorld about the same time. Talk about what it means to win a championship over here in NuffWorld in the VSU Cup, and some of the friends and teammates and colleagues that you've met along the way.
Yeah, man. Like probably the first. I mean, like one of the memories that's actually gonna stick with me the most about NuffWorld is it was the last race. I'd only got to do like 6 races that first season, and I joined. The chase had already started when I joined, and it was the last race. We were running Homestead, and there was a guy that had that was really the force of the league then, was retiring, and you know, I didn't know anybody really that well. I mean, I knew you guys and the guys on my team, but I didn't know anybody that well. I didn't even really know Wills that well at that point. But like I remember the guy's name was he went by Abataz, I believe, and in the middle of that race, I remember, you know, everybody pulled over, and everybody had like everybody had a little speech, a little thank you for, you know, everything he's done, everything, like all the stuff that he done for the league, and you know, how he races and how well they got along with him, and it's just such a family environment here. Like everybody kind of, most everybody's really looking out for everybody. You know, you really pick up friends and just flat out family members that'll call you on a whim just to see, you know, wonder how you're doing. I know, you know, I was sitting around the other day, and you know, I got to wondering about how you know, Big Mike was doing, and that, you know, I got to asking, you know, a couple of people around here because I knew that they had his number, so I was just kind of wondering. It's just, I don't know, it's just such a family thing, and it's just so nice to be able to you know, to be able to come through with, you know, the championship. But I was really wanting that I never really got to run for before. Back on the Xbox, I just never had a chance to run for one, for, you know, just for whatever reason. And then, I mean, there were leagues on ARCA that I've raced before, but I either just didn't have the time or just didn't care to, you know, run it competitively. And I found out Nuff left the Xbox and came into ARCA. And I just knew I wanted to come back and be a part of it. So you know, I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad that they want me here, and glad they got my back. And you know, believe me, I got Nuff's back, and just a great league.
You know, Lewis, you know, winning this championship just by listening to you, it's your first basically, you know, championship. You know, people are often asked, you know, what is it like to get that monkey off your back, whether it's criticism or, you know, spite or whatever it may be, that other competitors and all that throw at you. You've done it, man. You know, you've done things. You've went over here. You've run the you know, full length races. you know, with 12 or 13 wins, as Doug was saying. How does it feel to come over here and just get that monkey off your back and saying, yeah, I am a champion, and by the way, I am a VSU champion?
Yeah, man, it's like it's great because last year was really humbling to me because like I don't really try to look too far forward, but I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie by saying like I went to the chase feeling like yeah, there was just no chance I was gonna be beat, and I mean, I kind of came into this chase feeling the same way. But last year, you know, I mean, I got woken up real quick, and you know, like I mean, I started to chase out fine, and then missed Dover and lost a bunch of points there, and then after that, it was just you know, electrical problems and wrecks and everything that I could find. I was like Frank Simano out there. Like, I mean, everything that I could find out there on the track to ruin my day or ruin the shot that I had at the championship, I found. So, I mean, it was real humbling, and it's just, yeah, it's nice to get the monkey off my back and say that, you know, I'm a part of, you know, I was able to do something that, you know, Dale Reynolds and Bruce Turner and you know, Abataz, like all those guys have been able to do. So you know, it's great. It's pretty gratifying. I'm happy about it.
That's it, man. Like I said, just a strong season. You know, kudos to you. Like I said, 12, 13 wins, just awesome. And like I said, you battled all the way to the end there, and those guys kept you honest. You know, they kept the pressure on you, kept the pedal down. Lewis, is there a list of guys you want to thank you or sponsors, whatever, for this year and looking forward to next year?
Yeah. First off, next year, I mean, I really don't know what I got planned. It's really up in the air. I mean, I'd love to run for the championship, but I just don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. But I mean, so I'm looking for, you know, whatever sponsors or whatever I can to do whatever, run whatever type of capacity I can next year. And next year, I mean, you're looking for a big one. I mean, Brian Lee and you're not going to be able to count the dude out. He just, I mean, there's just too many people that keep improving week after week. Kelly Jr. A big shout out to Metal Militia for winning their team tourney. I know that meant a lot to him. And Chris Melton for winning the non-chaser. I mean, that's the guy I'm looking to next year to be you know, the real head charger for the championship. And you know, all the admins for everything that you do for us. Everybody, you know, that helps in for the broadcast. All the sponsors. You know, the sponsor that we had today. You know, Hulls on Post and Valley Sports University for taking on the league. TV Design, Spatial, Potomac, Start and Park, the Edinburgh Road Runners, TeamSpeak sponsoring the Daytona race, the TeamSpeak 500. I mean, like, this league, it just goes to a new level every year. I mean, like, you know, I mean, I kind of came in after you guys had a little bit of a start on it last year, and then we go from, you know, we get a few sponsors here and there, and then we had you guys had a company coming in to broadcast, and then at the end of last year, you guys come up with NuffWORLD TV, and you guys are broadcasting on your own, and you got Nuff Radio, and it's just, I mean, it's just crazy how big and how awesome this place gets. And I want to thank you too, Kelly, for giving me the opportunity to drive the 3. I know it means a lot to you, and it definitely means a lot to me. So I mean, I was glad I was able to run well with it, and I hope I made you proud. And you know, my team for the help that they gave me throughout the year. They kind of left me when it came chase time, but you know, I know people get busy, and you know, family comes first, and you got to take care of what you got to take care of. So I want to thank everybody, especially and definitely a big thanks to Ed Wilson and Buster for you know, the 2 founders of the league. It's just an awesome thing. I'm glad I'm a champion, and I'm just looking forward to, hopefully, you know, I'm gonna run in some sort of capacity next year, so I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome. We definitely look forward to that. And Look, I'm going to tell you, as a friend and an admin here and a broadcaster, it was a pleasure watching you run this year, as it always has been. Like I said, we were teammates a long time ago. A deserving guy. You're a great ambassador for this league. And let the naysayers lay to the wayside. Louis Bussa gets it done in 2013. He's our VSU Cup champion. Not more deserving guy. Goes out there and lays it on the line every race. Doug, speaking of every race and laying on the line, man, what a season 2013 was.
Yeah, that is no kidding, Kevin. Heck of a season, 2013 Valley Sports University Cup Series. Hard to believe, actually, it's over, Kevin. It doesn't seem that long ago. You know, we were talking Daytona and putting together the Team Speak 500, getting on the air and bringing our first broadcast of the season together. And then here we are, 36 races later at Homestead, Miami, talking about Louis Bussa taking home the Valley Sports University Cup Series championship here and putting Barnesville, Ohio on the map, where he's from and such. So, it's been a great season, been a great year. I remember, as we closed out last year at Homestead, Miami, announcing my retirement, so to speak, from the VSU Cup itself and coming up here with Steven, to put together the broadcast team. And I can say, looking back now, there's times I miss, when we're up here calling the action, missing all the racing excitement. But I tell you what, we get the bird's eye view of everything up here, Kevin, and get to think about things and strategize things a little bit better. And I really enjoyed the broadcast, and thanks to Steven for putting this whole thing together and the whole idea. And when we come on board with this, and it's been a heck of a season from Daytona. It's been a heck of a ride from Daytona to here at Homestead. We've been all over the place calling races from many different places, and then as the chase come about, you gave up your opportunity to run the last 10 races of the year. Come up here, give me a hand out, and the broadcast seems like we get more viewers and things get better every week, and really looking forward now to the off season, trying to put together some new stuff for next year, bring you bigger and better broadcasts for next year, and even better races. And speaking of better races, still looking forward, like we said, don't forget, fans watching at home, December the 7th at I like to call it the better half race, but the wives and girlfriends, the ladies of Nuff, get to take on the high bakes of Daytona in our off season. So, it's been a heck of a ride, Kelly, and it's been definitely been a pleasure to work up here at the booth with both you and Steven. So, looking forward to 2014.
Yeah, definitely. And I sit here and I look at 2013 and all the great races and the 10 chase races that we did together. Just awesome stuff. And what I look for is next year, I'm sitting here and I'm looking at these points, and I'm looking at every racer here has got a legitimate shot to get right back in this thing, and new players in it. And like Louis said, he doesn't know what his status is next year. Dale Reynolds has said he doesn't know what his status is either. That gives even more solidity to everything and how tough this league is. I see it, these newcomers, Chris Melton, Darren Bench, Brian Lee, the veterans like Ben Britton, the youngsters like Kevin Kelly Jr. It's wide open next year. I expect Brian Lee and Chris Melton to be probably some of the hardest chargers there. But then again, we saw Bruce Turner come out of nowhere last year and win this thing. So really looking forward to 2014, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's exactly 2014. Looking forward to it, especially with all the guys. And I kind of listened to Louis Bussa talk there, Kevin. Kind of brought back some memories. He's talking about as we always referred to him, Sir Abbataz. Larry Abbott. First time we ever had a repeat champion. In over here in NuffWORLD, and that just brought back so many memories. Sitting there thinking about that such, and he's right. The guy was a great ambassador, for NuffWORLD, which we have a lot of guys we've grown over the years and have so many here. But 2013 has definitely been one for the books this year, and definitely looking forward to 2014. But before going off the air tonight, we definitely want to thank, sponsor of tonight's race, the Brothers in Arms 400, for coming on board with us and, sponsoring this race, doing a lot of great things, for veterans throughout the United States, and also, for all the affiliate sponsors and all of our sponsors in the entire series here. Of course, Valley Sports University, TeamSpeak for the TeamSpeak 500 this year, Diamond Medical, Spatial, Potomac, TB Creative Design sponsoring this year's Pole Award, Halls on Post, Dwayne Hall and his wife Angela over there, Team Cities USA, the Starting Park Blog, Edinburgh Roadrunners, Game Informer, Vine for Designs. We got a lot of great sponsors over here to thank, Kevin.
Yeah, we do. And without them, we couldn't do anything that we do out here. And like I said, you covered it too. Thanks for the great coverage from Steven, our technical guru back there, that makes you and I look just about as good as we can look and call these things. A lot of behind the scenes from the admins. Lacey does a great job of supplying us with stuff that's going down on the track, as well as all the admins. And I just want to give a shout out to all the drivers that competed in any of the races this year. NuffWorld wouldn't be where it is or who it is without their support. And yeah, we squabble sometimes and everything else, but what family does it? And we're like brothers and sisters over here. I think Lewis touched on that. It was right. It's family. It's a family atmosphere, and that's what these guys wanted all along. And I know I'm happy to be and glad to be part of this family too, and looking forward to this thing growing in 2014, guys.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to 2014, and you are correct. Steven back there pushing all the buttons. He's not up here calling the races with us that much as he once was, but definitely makes me and you makes our job a lot easier and makes us look good. But to all our viewers out there, like we said, be here for December 7th, the running of the Nuffettes, as we call it, 540. So it'd be a 40-lap dash. But if you don't get to make it to that, definitely look forward to seeing you back here for live racing action in 2014. From all of us over here at NuffWorld TV and everyone at NuffWorld, great 2013 season. Too bad it's over with. Look forward to 2014. Definitely come back here, see us again next year. Everyone have a good night, and we'll see you in 2014.
You don't even have to run that long, Doug. It's just a few laps. You start running a half a second slower than everybody else, you'll find yourself with a leader on your butt real soon.
Whoa, looks like a 32 of Barton. Oh, and Wilderson collected as well as Dale. Double cut right on the front stretch. Oh my goodness, wow.
Oh, the close gets off the bumper of, looks like the 33 got into the back of the 12 and wrecked. I'm not sure if we have that on replay, but the 12 went to spin it down on the inside.